Bandits baseball is back following an Independence Day break. And this evening, Post 74 returns to South Dakota Class A Senior Legion action as they host Palace City 4-2 in Brookings. And a pleasant good evening, baseball fans. I'm Braden Byers, live atop Bob Shelden Field for tonight's doubleheader between Brookings Post 74 and Palace City Post 18. Getting the start on the mound for Brookings Post 74 Bandits, it is going to be Nolan Krogman, wearing number 6 in the Bandits today in their all-white uniforms with black sleeves. Brookings in red across the front, last name on the top of the back of the jersey and numerals on the back as well in red, all of that trimmed in black as well with the white hat with a black brim. Palace City, the away team here today in yellow uniforms, black numerals on the front and back, the PC letter mark on the front of the jersey. All of those black trimmed in white. As we get set for baseball here this evening, we'll let you know what the weather is doing here so far as we roll on throughout today. We are in a level 2 out of 5 severe weather risk, but we're hoping that it won't touch Brookings in this area of the state here today. But the first pitch going to be inside on Carter McCormick at 5:02 p.m. here at Bob Shelden Field in the middle of Brookings. Second pitch will miss for ball 2, 2-0 to start the count. Currently 79 degrees. It feels like 82 with winds blowing easterly at 13 miles an hour here in Brookings. And that's going to miss for ball 3. So quickly a hitter's count here for Carter McCormick for Palace City. The next pitch in there for strike 1. So Krogman gets one back there. 3 balls, 1 strike is our count. Krogman fires it once again, and he gets strike 2, so that'll bring the count to full. 3 balls, 2 strikes as McCormick steps out, takes half of a practice swing, and will step back into the left-handed batter's box and await the pitch. Here's the payoff, and it's swung on. A slow roller over to shortstop. Hansen picks it up and sends it over to Hyde at first base for out number 1. Let's get you your starting lineups here. We'll start off first with Palace City. Batting first was Carter McCormick. He's playing center field. Batting second and playing short, Ian Weber. Batting third, playing second base, Jackson Hartman. In the cleanup spot, playing right field, Caden Allen. His first pitch to Weber will be in there, strike 1. In fifth position, Cannon Moeller over at first base. The sixth batter, Ethan Hegg, in left field. In seventh place, Jacob Ebert, the third baseman. In eighth, the catcher, Dawson Adams. And batting ninth, the pitcher, Tyler Christensen. Quickly an 0-2 count here to Weber. He fouls that off towards the right side. So Krogman coming back here in batter number 2, making sure he doesn't fall behind in the count. We'll take a look at the Bandits lineup when they come up to bat in the bottom of the first. So far, no scores. That's going to be hit over to short again. Hansen collects it and fires it across the diamond. Hyde's able to collect it for out number 2 up and 2 down so far for Brookings and the pitcher Nolan Krogman, and that'll bring up Jackson Hartman, the third batter. Two ground outs to short so far for Palace City. That one's swung on. The first pitch from Hartman. It's going to trail over on the right side and hit on the concourse here at Bob Shelden Field. That'll go in the book as strike 1. No balls, 1 strikes. And 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. No score between Brookings and Palace City. Krogman fires in, pitch number 2, and that's in there for strike number 2. Palace City, the team coming out of Mitchell here, playing their first American Legion season in a few years. going under the name of Palace City instead of Mitchell. That's fouled off towards the right. That will keep Hartman and Post 18 alive. And here's the 0-2 pitch from Krogman. Swung on and missed. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. 3 up, 3 down for Palace City. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We will head to the bottom of the first inning. Still no score between Brookings and Palace City. We'll be back right after this. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Back at the bottom of the first inning, no score between Brookings and Palace City. Is getting the start on the mound going to be Tyler Christensen, a 3-2 record so far this year in 6 starts, 33 innings pitched, 6 runs, 29 hits, 26 strikeouts, and 11 walks this season so far. And coming up first for Brookings will be Nolan Krogman, the pitcher, and he'll watch the first pitch go past him for ball 1. Batting second for Brookings, the shortstop Baker Hansen. In third, Jace Bauer, the catcher. Is that swung on and missed by Krogman. Evens the count at 1-1. In the cleanup position, Talon Hyde, the first baseman. 5th batter, Cooper Schneider, the second baseman. The 6th batter, Jay Harris, the right fielder. And that pitch will miss. Ball 2 makes the count 2-1. And then to round it out in 7th, Noah Lease, the third baseman. In 8th, Jude Meendering, the center fielder. And to bring up the back, Trey Christofferson, the left fielder. So the count 2-2. Here to Nolan Krogman, who's leading off and getting the start on the mound. The pitch from Christensen in there, strike 3 looking. And that'll set down the leadoff batter just like that. 5 pitches. That'll bring up Baker Hansen, the shortstop for this Bandits team. He'll step in the right-handed batter's box and get ready to face the pitcher on the mound, Christensen. First pitch to Hansen. Swung on, might have foul tipped it either way. It's going to be a strike. No balls, 1 strike. As he'll climb back into the batter's box. And the 0-1 pitch, that's going to be hit over to short, picked up by Weber, across the diamond to Moeller. And that's going to be the 3rd ground out to short we've seen so far in this game.
Catcher, number 17.
And that'll be quick 2 outs here for Brookings in the bottom of the first. So Jace Bauer will try and get on base here for the Bandits. The catcher batting 3rd. That'll miss outside for ball 1. The second one going to be skied into the air off towards the left side. Giving chase to it is Haig over in left field. He's going to reach across the fence and make the grab. A nice play for Haig over in left field, and that'll bring up 3 and set down 3 in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. As we still remain scoreless, and we'll head to the second inning. but not before we say thank you to Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy. They have your back this season. You can team up with their expertise for all of your chiropractic, physical therapy, and massage needs for your back and neck pain, headaches, sports injuries, DOT, physicals, and acupuncture. They're located on 22nd Avenue. You can call 696-7222. Thank you to Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy. We'll be back after this short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network.
For Palace City, in the top of the second inning, the right fielder, number 22, Hayden Allen.
We're back here in the top of the second inning. No score between Brookings and Palace City. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the first, so that'll bring up the cleanup batter, Hayden Allen, the right fielder for Palace City Post 18, and he'll face Krogman, still on the mound for Brookings, and Krogman fires first pitch in there, and that'll make it strike one. Allen, the two-way player, both a pitcher and fielder. He also hits as well as that swung on and missed, and that'll get him in an early 0-2 deficit. Pitched to Gem in their first game against Aberdeen last week. 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 run given up, and 3 strikeouts. But there he strikes out swinging. And that'll be the first out here of the top of the second inning. Now comes up Cannon Moeller, the first baseman for Palace City. The bright yellow jerseys. He'll step in the right-handed batter's box as Krogman climbs back up on the rubber. First pitch to Moeller, and that's going to be upstairs, ball 1. Second pitch from Krogman. That'll miss for ball 2 as well. Things getting down to it in Class A American Legion Baseball, and these two teams are actually slated to match up against each other in the best-of-3 playoff series as that misses for ball 3. If things remain the way that they are, still have about a week and a half left in the regular season, so a lot can happen in that time. Of course, baseball, anything can happen as that pitch in there for strike 1. But as it sits right now, Mitchell and Brookings would be matching up against each other here at Bob Shelden. It's going to be hit into right field. That'll drop before the right fielder. Harris will come in and collect it, but that'll be a base hit for Moeller. That's the first base hit of the day for either team. And that'll bring up Ethan Haig, the left fielder, and he'll have the runner on first base with 1 out here in the top of the second. Nicely placed ball just over the second baseman, but not far enough to be able to be caught by the right fielder Harris. The first pitch here to Haig, going to miss for ball 1. One ball, no strikes, 1 down as we are currently scoreless, still between Brookings and Mitchell. Second pitch to Haig in there for strike 1 to even it up. Runner over at first base. It's Cannon Moeller. Short swing, going to be picked up by Krogman. Over to second for the first out. Not able to get it there in time for second. That will be out number 2 as Haig will reach on a fielder's choice.
third baseman Jacob Ebert.
They chose to get the lead runner there. So runner still will be on first for Mitchell, as Jacob Ebert will step up now, the third baseman, another righty batter for this Mitchell lineup. Krogman, a deep breath, facing the third base side, and he'll fire it in there for ball one. Ebert 1 for 4 in the first game against Aberdeen last week for Mitchell. So that's fouled backwards. That'll be strike one. He brought 2 runs in and was walked once. For a team that's only won 2 of their last 6, so they're trying to get back in routine here. So that's inside. They're going to call that ball 3. So get closer to the final games happening here in the Class A schedule. Again, only games against other Class A teams count. 3-1. So that's why last Thursday's game against Volga wouldn't have, if it were to be played. That's going to be hit into right field. It's going to drop in front of Harris for another base hit. So that'll move Haig up to be in scoring position. Another base hit, this time from Jacob Ebert, and that'll bring up Dawson Adams with runners on first and second, but with 2 outs as well. Adams tosses a bat aside, and he'll be ready to climb in, as Nolan Krogman will get ready to deal his 31st pitch of the game. Getting the start on the mound for Brookings this Tuesday evening. As that's set inside for ball 1, and Haig's going to go ahead and take third. So now they'll have runners on the corners there, and 1 right at third base, so a base hit will definitely bring him in. The count's going to be 1-0 as Bauer steps out and gives a sign to his fielders. Still no score between Brookings and Palace City, but 1 knocking on the door at third. Sad pitch in there for strike 1 to even it back up. Again, a thing to keep in mind, 2 outs as well, so an out will end the potential scoring chance for Mitchell. So that's going to be hit over on the right side, right in front of the Brookings dugout, and leaning over, making the catch is Hyde for out number 3. So the threat is erased. There's going to be 2 runners left on base, no errors, 2 hits, and no runs left put up in the top of the second inning. We'll move to the bottom of the second right after this small break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network.
Brookings friends of baseball would like to thank Brookings.
Scoreless through 1.5 as we welcome you back to Bob Shelden Field. Brookings and Palace City going at it here. We're in game one of a twin bill here tonight. We'll have both games for you right here on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Braden Byers here with you. As Tyler Christensen still on the mound, he'll be set to face the fourth batter in the Brookings lineup, Talon Hyde, as that's going to miss for ball one and already set off in Hyde's favor. Last week against Huron was able to get 3 hits and 5 at-bats in the 2 games as that misses for ball 2. Bringing in 1 run in total, 3 RBIs, and walking twice, both in that second game. Brookings got the doubleheader sweep in that one, winning game 1 10-2 and game 2 12-2. It's a 2-1 count for Hyde here. So that'll skip past the catcher Adams. Nobody on base, so it'll just go in as ball 3. 1 strike to go along with those 3 balls, and the pitch here from Christensen swung on and missed. That'll be strike 2. So he'll step back in to face the full count. Here's the pitch from Christensen. Outside, ball 4, and he'll take his base. So Brookings gets their first base runner today. That'll be off a walk. And now Cooper Schneider, the second baseman, will walk up for Brookings with a chance to move Hyde along the base paths and potentially get the first run of this ball game. Still tied with no score. As Christensen peers in. Schneider's ready for the pitch. He almost squared around to bunt, but then pulled it back at the last moment. Will be ball 1. As Schneider steps back in, Hyde will take his lead off of first. Here's the pitch, outside, way outside for ball 2. Cooper Schneider had a hit in game 2 against Huron on last Wednesday. Also a threat on the base paths if you can get him on. Had 3 total stolen bases in the doubleheader. Here's the 2-0 from Christensen. Swung on, lifted into the left field foul territory. Drifting back was Christofferson. So he's going to hold the runner at first off of that catch, and the pop out to left will be the first out of the inning and bring up Jay Harris, the right fielder. Wearing number 10, gets the sign from Carter Roach over there in the third base coach's box. And now we'll step in. Once again, runner on first. Taking his lead, being held on by Moeller, who was the first baseman. It's the first pitch in there for strike 1. A hot day here on the eastern side of South Dakota. So we're getting back into baseball after the Independence Day break. Hope all of you had a very pleasant 4th of July. This pickoff attempt over to first, not successful for Christensen, so he'll climb back up on the hill. Our nation's 250th birthday. Here's the 0-1. And that'll miss. Brings the count to 1 ball and 1 strike. And Christensen will go above the 20-pitch plateau now. Getting ready to offer his 21st dealing. Another pickoff attempt over at first. And sliding back in safely is Talon Hyde. So the count remains at 1-1. Here is that 21st pitch. That's going to be dropped by the catcher, but it'll be right in the left-handed batter's box, so we'll just go out and collect it. It's in there for strike 2, however. But Hyde will stay over at first base. Won't contest it. And Harris will step back in to face the 1-2 count. Here's the pitch from Christensen, and that's a ball number 2. Just outside the inside edge. Harris thought that was strike 3. Now the two umpires getting together near the pitcher's mound to have a discussion about it. Of course, you have the umpire behind home plate, but then also the umpire out in the field. So a quick couple of words. It couldn't have been more than 1 or 2. And now both of them return back to their positions. And that will be the call. 2 balls, 2 strikes is the count. Christensen will look back over at first and then come sit on the mound and throw it home, and that'll slide to the outside edge for ball 3. So 3 balls and 2 strikes, a runner on first and 1 out. No score between Brookings and Palace City. Jay Harris up to bat. Here's the payoff pitch. Runner's going to go, and that's going to be scooped foul to the left side. Out of play, so the count remains at 3-2, and Hyde was all the way around second base, and having to trot back over to the first bag, and we're going to do it all over again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Only 1 out here in the bottom of the second for Brookings. Christensen trying to set down the batter Harris. Here's the pitch. Swung on, lifted into left field, going back to try and get a beat on it. Christofferson makes the grab. Hyde did not tag up, so he'll retreat back to first, and that will be out number 2 as it's another fly out to left field. And Noah Lease will step up now, the lefty hitter. And he'll step in, a little bit more pressure this time with 2 outs on the scoreboard for Lease. He did not play in the doubleheader against Huron last week. So he'll step in. And see the first pitch, squares around a bunt. He pulled it back. It's going to be a strike called at the plate, and the runner Hyde will take second. So the stolen base for Talon Hyde, and now Brookings has a runner in scoring position for the first time tonight. No balls, 1 strike, the count. Lease the batter at home plate. Hyde taking his lead off second, and that's going to be in there for a called strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 more strike, and the inning is over. As Hyde once again will take his lead off of second, nobody holding him on. And the pitch fouled straight back. Will keep him alive, but the count remains at 0-2. Weber's the shortstop. Hartman is the second baseman. Weber's kind of playing behind Hyde as he's taking his lead off second. Acting like he's going to come up to the base. The pitch to the home plate is going to be lifted into center field. McCormick will come in to grab it, and that will be out number 3. So the fly out to center will end the inning, and they'll leave 1 runner on base. There will be no runs, no hits, and no errors. And we will move to the 3rd inning of this one. No score between Palace City and Brookings. We'll be back right after this short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Back to action here at Bob Shelden Field. No score through 2 as we head to the top of the 3rd inning. And Mitchell Palace City Post 18 will come up to bat. Once again, haven't quite got through the order. This is the 9th batter. Tyler Christensen, also the pitcher, here in game 1 for Palace City. So that's going to be in there for called strike 1. The second pitch from Krogman is going to miss there for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike is the count. Here's the pitch. In there for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So we're keeping an eye on the weather as it might possibly move across the state. There is a severe thunderstorm watch for the western half of South Dakota, as that is going to be ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. All the way up from near Belfouche down into Nebraska, covering Rapid City, Hot Springs, Oglala, Martin, Mission, and Winter, all the way up to Pierre as well. Here the count is full, and that's going to be fouled off towards the right side. Keeping an eye on it because Brookings is in a level 2 out of 5. Severe weather risk. So far the model's not showing anything happening, but that's going to miss for ball 4, so Christensen will walk. Good pair of eyes for the pitcher, and that'll bring us back to the top of the order with Carter McCormick for Palace City. That severe thunderstorm watch also stretching all the way over to Gillette, Wyoming, as well, covering Newcastle and Hewlett. Coming all the way back over to Chamberlain. So widespread area currently getting set for some severe weather. Brookings so far, as I mentioned, not going to be seeing much of that as of last check. But even if we do, it won't be anytime soon and shouldn't impact this game. First pitch here to McCormick. His second time up the plate. And that'll be ball 1 as Mitchell will have that runner on first base with no outs. Here in the top of the 3rd, and no score between Brookings and Mitchell. Squaring around to bunt, and that doesn't get set down, so that'll be strike 1. Called on McCormick. He had 8 total at-bats in their doubleheader against Aberdeen and ended up getting 5 hits. So there's a reason he's in the leadoff position here. He grounded out to short the last time as a pickoff move over to first. Not successful as Christensen gets back in safely. Palace City splitting that doubleheader with a win in game 1, 7-1, and a 7-6 walk-off loss in game 2. So that one's fouled backwards. It'll squeeze between the safety netting and the awning over the bleachers here at Bob Shelden Field. I've mentioned it a few times over the course of this season. There is a little section where balls can get through, and one did just there. It's another pickoff attempt over to first base. Going to miss, and the count remains at 1-2. So even though there is a giant net, keeping a majority of you safe, still have to have a heads-up attitude here as that's swung on and missed from McCormick, and he'll be set down on strikes. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night for McCormick. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Ian Weber. Still with that runner on first, but 1 out on the board now for Palace City. Krogman sit on the mound, delivers home, and that's low and outside for ball 1. All but one player recording an at-bat so far for Palace City, and that one that didn't is over on first base, as that's going to be hit by Weber into center field, right into the glove of Meendering. He'll try to throw the runner out at first. It's close, and he got him. Got him on the force, a catch in center field. And an out at first base for outs number 2 and 3. Nice heads-up play from Meendering and Hyde. So no runs come across, no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. And Jackson Hartman will come up for Mitchell in the top of the fourth. But for now, we move to the bottom of the third here at Bob Shelden Field. We'll be back right after this. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. We welcome you back to Bob Shelden Field. At the bottom of the third inning, no score between Brookings and Palace City as the first pitch to Jude Meendering comes across the plate for ball one. Meendering, the eighth batter in the lineup for the Bandits, who have not gotten through the order yet in this game. It's been a defensive battle so far, as that's in there for ball two. 2-0 pitch. That'll miss upstairs for ball three, and Meendering will step back in. And here's the 3-0 in there for strike one. There's a couple other games happening across the state. We'll kind of update you as the night goes on. A couple of them double headers, a few of them one-off games, as that's going to be chopped foul up the third base line. Ebert a nice position on it, but it is foul. So Meendering will come back and he'll do it again. This time 3 balls, 2 strikes the count. And the pitch. Swung on, chopped foul, so he will stay alive. And do the full count a second time. Christensen still on the mound. He throws it, and that's going to be hit over into right field to Allen, drifting inwards to make the grab. And that will be out number 1 here in this bottom of the third inning. Other games currently underway so far. We have Yankton hosting Spearfish, post 164. Currently the Bucks leading over post 164 3-2. It's Christensen's first pitch to Trey Christopherson, the left fielder, and 9th batter in the Brookings lineup, will be ball 1. He'll climb back into the lefty's batter's box. And that's going to be in there for strike 1 to even it back up. Also in the bottom of the third, Renner post 307 leading over Watertown post 17, 1-0. So the arrow is on the road to Renner tonight. That pitch going to be in there for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count. Watertown will be the opponent for Brookings coming up next Tuesday. That will be the next league game Brookings plays after the weekend tournament. So that's going to be hit over to second. Hartman scoops it up, and he throws him out at first. So that brings us back to the top of the order with Nolan Krogman, the pitcher, with 2 outs and nobody on for Brookings. Following the doubleheader against Watertown, Brookings will then have a one-off game against Marshall on Wednesday, as that's going to be a slow roller to the second baseman. He tries to throw it to the first baseman, but he can't make the grab, so Krogman does make it on. Would imagine that might be ruled an error. We'll see what the official scorer on Game Changer decides here, but for now, Nolan Krogman is on first base.
Krogman reaches on the air, bringing to the plate shortstop number 27, Baker Hansen.
And I believe maybe a courtesy runner over at first base as well, but kind of difficult to see from this angle without him turning around. But Baker Hansen will come up to bat now, his second appearance at the plate, and a runner on first with 2 outs. No score between Palace City and Brookings. First pitch fired in there for strike 1. Yep, that is going to be an error. An E4 on the second baseman. Hartman. And now going to steal second base, and he got him out. And that'll be out number 3, so Baker Hansen will come up to bat again in the bottom of the 4th, but a nice defensive play for Palace City. 1 runner left on base, or pardon me, no runners left on base. 1 error in the inning, no hits, and no runs scored for Brookings. So we'll head to the top of the 4th. But first, we'll say thank you to Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy, who has your back this season. You can team up with their expertise for all of your chiropractic, physical therapy, and massage needs for your back and neck pain, headaches, sports injuries, DOT physicals, and acupuncture. They're located on 22nd Avenue. You can call 696-7222. Thank you to Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy, a sponsor of Post 74 Baseball. We'll be right back here on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Entering into the top of the 4th for Mitchell. Coming up to bat, Jackson Hartman, the second baseman, is the one who committed the error in the last half inning that allowed the runner to get on base, but then was promptly thrown out while trying to steal second. That was Nolan Krogman, the pitcher, who is right back out there up on the mound. Well, Krogman wasn't batting. It was Max Jensen. Quick 2 pitches, 2 balls. For Krogman, now that's going to be hit by Hartman. Sent over to third and over to first. That'll be a 5-3 put out for out number 1. Now Caden Allen will come up, the right fielder for Palace City. With 1 out in the inning and nobody on base. So he'll climb in, the double 2's on the back, and he'll swing at the first pitch for strike 1. Mentioned he went 7 innings in game number 1 versus Aberdeen last week. But he was also going 3 for 3 at the plate. Largely a huge reason why they got that 7-1 win over the Smitties in game number 1 before they dropped game 2. That's fouled over on the right side for strike 2.
Sponsored by Brookings Radio.
So no balls, 2 strikes. And that'll miss in there for ball 1. There's the 1-2 pitch from Krogman. That misses upstairs, and that'll even it up at 2-2. So Krogman already above 50 pitches in this game. Gonna climb back up and deliver his 54th offering right here. The 2-2 fouled backwards. He'll stay alive, and the count remains the same. 1 out in the inning, and still no score between Brookings and Palace City. Pitch will go behind the back of Allen. That'll be ball 3 and move the count to full. So payoff pitch upcoming for Nolan Krogman. And here it is. Swung on and missed. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night, Caden Allen. So 2 straight outs. And that brings up Cannon Moeller, the first baseman.
Now batting at first baseman, number 8, Cannon Moeller.
The 4th strikeout for Krogman in the game. They'll deliver the first pitch to Moeller. That's going to be hit over to center field and making a nice play. Moving over, Baker Hansen, the shortstop, to make the grab. And that'll be 3 up, 3 down once again for Palace City. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We move to the bottom of the 4th inning where Baker Hansen will come up to bat once again. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Baker Hansen coming up to bat again for the Bandits as we enter into the bottom of the 4th inning here from Bob Shelden Field. Still no score for this one. Been a defensive battle, a pitching battle so far. So that's going to be chopped foul off the first pitch from Hansen to Hansen. From Tyler Christensen, who's still on the mound for Mitchell, going into his 4th inning of service. No balls, 1 strike in the pitch. Misses for ball 1. So it will be a 1 ball and 1 strike. This time Krogman won't have anybody on first base. So that's inside for ball 2. Good pitch from Christensen, just missed off the edge of the box. Nolan Krogman getting on base, and then Max Jensen getting caught stealing. That swung on and missed for Hansen. He'll walk around the back of the backstop and then come set again in the pitch. That'll miss outside, so it will be a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Max Jensen getting caught stealing, cutting the plate appearance for Hansen short, so he gets to come back up again here in this inning. That's fouled off towards the right, over to the concourse. Again, 3 balls, 2 strikes. And another payoff pitch from Christensen. In there, that's chopped over to third base. Ebert collects it. A nice rifle across the arm, across the diamond to Moeller. And that'll be out 1 in the inning for the Mitchell defense. And now that'll bring up Jace Bauer, the catcher. As he'll step in with 1 out and nobody on. Here in the bottom of the 4th. First pitch from Christensen. Misses for ball 1. Climbs back in the right-handed batter's box, faces the second pitch, and that misses outside, ball 2 again. The 2-0, again chopped over on the third base side. Another nice throw across the diamond, 1 arm on Ebert. And another 5-3 put out, and that's out number 2. And that brings up Talon Hyde now, the first baseman. He'll step in for Brookings. 2 outs on the scoreboard. That swung on and missed for strike 1.
Batting with 2 outs, first baseman, number 20, Talon High.
No balls, 1 strike, and that misses way outside. Adams having to stretch out to grab it. That'll be chopped foul. But the catcher, Adams, was right on top of it. If that would have been called fair, would have been right on it to throw it down the first base line. Instead, it's going to be a 1-2 count. Hyde with wide stance. Lifts the leg, watches the pitch go by, and that'll be ball 2. The 2-2 count, and that misses outside, ball 3. So another count moves to full. There's 2 outs in the inning. So Hyde stepping back in. And the pitch. Swung on, picked up by Weber. Over to Moeller on first, having to stretch upwards to grab it, but no problem there. 2 ground outs to third, a ground out to short, 3 up, 3 down, and no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base for Brookings. We move to the 5th inning here at Bob Shelden Field. No score between Palace City and Brookings. We'll be back right after this. You're listening to Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Coming back here in the top of the 5th. No score between Brookings and Mitchell. So now Ethan Haig will step in, the left fielder, sees the first pitch go by him for a ball, and the second pitch a ball as well. So 2 balls, no strikes is the count to Haig. He'll step back in and face Krogman on the mound, nearing 60 pitches in the game. And that one's going to hit him. Bowers pointing at him as he trots down first base. And out comes Carter Roach, arguing that call, saying he didn't know if he hit him, or possibly that he might have leaned in. So Roach and home plate umpire having that conversation just outside the left-handed batter's box. So the call most obviously will stand.
Third baseman, number 5.
And Haig will take his spot over at first base. So no outs in the inning, and now Jacob Ebert comes up, squares around to bunt. It's going to be kind of a long one. Krogman picks it up, flips it over to first. And that'll be out number 1. But Haig moves up to second base off of that sacrifice bunt. They have a runner in scoring position, something that's been at a premium so far in this game for both sides. So Dawson Adams comes up now, the 8th batter in the lineup for Palace City. The runner on second, 1 out on the scoreboard. Here's the pitch from Krogman. That misses down low, ball 1. Adams popped out to first base in his first at bat. The 1-0 in there for strike one. So the count goes back to even. Haig, the runner at second, taking his lead. And the pitch home from Krogman. Up in the air, over on the right side. Hyde drifting over into foul territory, making the grab. And that'll be another pop out to first base. That will be out number 2. The runner still stays at second. And that'll bring up the 9th batter in the order, the pitcher Tyler Christensen. So the first pitch to Christensen, inside, ball 1. 1 for 4 in Game 2 against Aberdeen last week. He had a double. As Krogman dangles his right arm, leans in, now has the sign. Kicks the leg and deals in there for strike 1. Count up to 1-1 now. As Christensen reached his first time up off a walk. Haig taking his lead off of second. Krogman's going to focus on the plate. That's foul tipped backwards. And that'll be strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. As Krogman once again taking his time, comes set on the rubber. Fires in, that's going to be hit into center field, in between the center fielder and second baseman. The runner comes around to score, and Mitchell leads it 1-0. The base hit for Christensen brings in that runner, Haig, from second. And Palace City now has the advantage, 1-0 in the top of the 5th inning. So now that'll bring us back to the top of the order. Carter McCormick will be up to bat now. He's 0 for 2 on the day. The runner at first base for Palace City. As Krogman will fire the first pitch, and that'll miss for ball 1. The second pitch, also a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. So far, not much success here in the leadoff spot. So that misses for ball 3 after getting 5 hits off of 8 at-bats in the doubleheader against Aberdeen last week. 3 balls, no strikes. Krogman on the mound in the pitch. In there, strike 1. Two outs on the scoreboard, a runner over at first for Palace City. That is Tyler Christensen. So that's fouled backwards. Actually, that's going to be Quentin Wilson, who's the base runner, but it's Christensen's spot as he's the pitcher. It'll be a courtesy runner over at the first bag. 3-2 and a pickoff attempt over to first base. A nice throw, but Wilson's able to get back safely. And the full count sent right over the head of Krogman into center field. That'll move the runner up 90 feet. Another base hit for Carter McCormick. Or 1 base hit for Carter McCormick. He'll stand in at first. They have a runner on second as coach comes out for Brookings. They have a meeting on the mound. As another runner comes into scoring position. Mitchell only leading by 1 run. It's 1-0, but runs and base runners offense in general has been something that's been hard to get so far in this game between these two teams. So just a pep talk for Krogman, who's still on the mound. He'll finish at least this inning, as he's up to 74 pitches so far in this game. Going so far all 5 2/3 of innings of service. So runners on first and second, 2 outs on the scoreboard, and up comes Ian Weber for Palace City. The pitch from Krogman misses outside, ball 1. The base hit like the ones McCormick and Christensen had would most likely bring in that runner from second. The 1-0, moved to 2-0 after that ball misses. That's undoubtedly what's going through the mind of the shortstop Weber as he climbs back into that right-handed batter's box. Looking to drive another runner in. Already scoring 1 in this inning. The pitch from Krogman, that'll be downstairs, ball 3. Krogman again letting his arm dangle his right arm. As he comes set on the mound facing the third base side. Looks back at second base and now fires in for strike 1. As the ball gets away from Bauer, he'll step out a few steps and throw it back to Krogman on the hill. 3 balls, 1 strike the count. And the pitch. Swung on. B strike 2. Whether it did make contact with the bat, it didn't sound like it. Or not. But will be a full count regardless. 2 outs. Runners on first and second for Palace City. They lead at 1-0 after scoring that run earlier in this top of the 5th. Payoff pitch, fouled straight backwards over the grandstands here at Bob Shelden Field. So we'll do it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 runners on base. Here's the pitch. Runners going, that's lifted into right field. Harris drifting over, making the grab. So Krogman gets out of that jam as Weber flies out to right, but 2 runners left on base, 1 run, 2 hits, and no errors. And again, those 2 left on base for Palace City. We'll move to the bottom of the 5th inning. Brookings has a chance to answer the 1 run from Mitchell. Right after this, you're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Palace City pushes 1 run across, and they lead it by that margin, 1-0. As we welcome you back in, we're here in the bottom of the 5th inning from Bob Shelden Field. And Cooper Schneider will be the one to come up for the Brookings Post 74 Bandits. So they'll try to answer here, down by 1. Here in game 1 of our doubleheader. Still on the mound, Tyler Christensen. He deals, and the first pitch going to be fouled off towards the left side. Now, Christensen has a history of going deep into games. He's hit over 100 pitches in a single game twice this year. 102, his first appearance of the year, and then 106. 2 appearances ago. There's the 1-1. Hit by Schneider. It's going to be collected by Weber. Sent across, and it's not going to be in time. So Schneider will be the base runner over at first, legging out that base hit. And that'll bring up Jay Harris, the right fielder. So Brookings has a base runner with nobody out on the board. They have an opportunity to potentially answer that one run. Was pushed across in the away half of this inning. First pitch to Harris. Bunt shown and tried to lay it down. Couldn't successfully. It goes foul, so strike one. No balls, one strike as Harris gets the sign from Carter Roach in the third base coach's box. See if he tries to go again with that small ball approach. He does, square around and lays it down, but it trails foul. Third base side, otherwise a perfect bunt. That would have undoubtedly gotten Schneider and possibly even Harris onto the next base. But it will be 2 strikes now as Harris slowly walks back to home plate. We'll see if they try it again. No balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, and Cooper Schneider, that runner over on first. Mitchell leading 1-0. Throw over to first. Schneider's back in time. Count remains 0-2 to Jay Harris at the plate. Bat over his shoulder, and here's the pitch from Christensen. He'll swing, foul it backwards. So he'll stay alive. Schneider was going. So we'll have to go back to first base. And we'll do it again. The count staying, no balls, 2 strikes. Harris climbs back in. And Schneider takes his lead off of first. Not too large until the pitcher comes set. Christensen taking a while on the mound. Throws, that's going to be hit into the gap between right and center. Schneider coming around second, and there was a touch from the shortstop there that slowed him up on the base paths. So I believe no matter what, even though he was thrown out at third, that was Weber made contact with the base runner. So Schneider will make it from first to third on that double. And now both runners in scoring position at second and third, and nobody out for the Bandits. Brings up Noah Lease, the third baseman now. Schneider at third, Harris at second. And Lease standing at home plate with that mint green bat over his left shoulder. The pitch from Christensen. He went around, but held the bat back. It will be strike one, however, on the inside edge. No balls, 1 strike. As both runners take their lead. That pitch just barely misses. On the outside edge, away from the left-handed batter, Noah Lease. There's the 1-1 pitch from Christensen. It was a good pitch, but a little bit down low. They call it ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike as Lee steps back in. Here's the offering. And that misses again, ball 3. So hitters count for Lease as he takes a half-hearted practice swing and steps back in. The 3-1. That's inside and down, and Lease will walk. So that brings the bases loaded for Brookings with no outs. And Jude Meandering coming up to bat. The coach comes out and has a meeting with his infield plus the pitcher and catcher. So they have a conversation on the mound. Again, we'll kind of reset the situation for you. Runners on every base for Brookings. No outs here in the inning. Trailing by 1, and they could potentially tie it here or take the lead with a good hit from Meendering.
Now batting in center field, number 2, Jude Meendering.
So he'll step in. The base is juiced. We're here in the bottom of the 5th. Palace City holding on to that 1-0 lead. First pitch to Meendering. Hit over on the right side, out of play. That had some distance on it. Just a little late. So strike 1 going to be assessed as he steps back in and waits for that 0-1 pitch from Christensen. Here it is. That's swung on, and it gets past the shortstop. Schneider comes in to score. They're going to hold Harris at third, but a nice hit from Meendering, and that'll tie things up at 1 apiece in the bottom of the 5th. That does keep the bases loaded, so now Harris will be at third. Lease will be at second, and Meendering at first. RBI single for Meendering, and that brings up the bottom of the order in Trey Christofferson. The left fielder steps in to the left-handed batter's box. Watches first pitch go by for strike 1. We're tied once again, this time at 1. Again, it's been a pitching show for both of these pitchers. Tyler Christensen for Palace City and Nolan Krogman for Brookings. Both allowing a run, and only a run so far through 5 innings. That pitch was ball 1. So the count even at 1-1. Still no outs in the bottom of the 5th for Brookings. As that gets past the second baseman. One more comes in to score. They're waving the runner around third. That's going to be Lease. And from first to third goes Meendering. So 2 more runs score for Brookings as they get the offense going here in the bottom of the 5th. And they'll still have runners on the corners with no outs. That'll be Harris and Lease that come around to score. Meendering will be in at third. And Christofferson, that 2 RBI single, will be in at first base. That brings us back to the top of the order, and the pitcher, Nolan Krogman, will come up to bat as we have a pitcher-on-pitcher matchup. Still no outs here in the bottom of the 5th, and Brookings leading by 2. Pitch from Christensen. The runner's going to go to second. And they throw the ball away as they try to throw it over to third. Meendering's going to score. Play at the plate is not in time. The runner gets back to second safely after debating whether he should go to third. So nice base running for Brookings, and another run comes across. That's Meendering, and they lead it 4-1. Christofferson now at second base. And still no outs in the bottom of the 5th. Count is 1-0, 1 ball, no strikes. To Krogman, who's at the plate. Second baseman Hartman now close to the bag. They're going to throw to Krogman at home. And that's going to miss for ball 2. Krogman almost went around, but he held it back, says the home plate umpire. So the count will be 2-0. As Christofferson, the runner at second for Brookings. And no outs in the last of the 5th. Christensen still the pitcher, nearing 80 pitches in this game so far. That misses for ball 3. So he'll climb back up on the hill. A 3-0 count to Krogman. The pitch. In there, strike 1. Caught it on the outer and lower corner. Brookings leading 4-1 after scoring all 4 here in the bottom of the 5th. In fact, all runs in the game coming here in the 5th inning. As Mitchell got that 1 run in the top. Now Krogman hits it into left field. They're waving the runner around third. Actually, they're going to hold up shop there. Good awareness from Christofferson to stop. It would have been a play at the plate. Good on the Palace City defense to get the ball in quickly. So the 5th hit of the inning puts Krogman in at first base. Christofferson moves up to third. So now runners on the corners once again, and still no outs in the bottom of the 5th. Baker Hansen come up to bat now for the Bandits. As he steps in, Christensen over 80 pitches in the game. Here's another one from him. His 82nd, and that's in there for strike 1. Mentioned just a little bit ago, Christensen has gone over 100 pitches in an outing twice this season, 102 and 106. So if he's on his game, he still has a bit to go, but so far letting up 4 runs here in this inning. Pitch squares around a bunt. A nice one laid down for Hansen. They're going to try and throw him out at first. They do get him in time, but the runner's going to go from third. A nice head-first slide from Christofferson, and another run gets put on the scoreboard for Brookings. It's 5-1 here in the 5th. It's a sacrifice bunt for the first out of the inning. That brings up Max Jensen to the second base bag as Krogman, the pitcher, gets courtesy runner. Now Jace Bauer, the catcher, up to bat. The first pitch will be in there for strike 1. 5-1, Bandits leading over Palace City. We're in the bottom of the 5th. And that's going to be hit straight to the shortstop. Weber picks it up and throws him out at second. That's going to be the second and third out of the inning. 5 runs on 5 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. As we will move to the 6th, and Brookings putting on the offense there in the 5th. We'll be back. But not before we say thank you to Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy. You can team up with their expertise for all your chiropractic, physical therapy, and massage needs for your back and neck pain, headaches, sports injuries, DOT physicals, and acupuncture. They're located on 22nd Avenue. You can call 696-7222. Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy. We'll be back here on the Brookings Radio Sports Network.
Off the second baseman, number 42.
5-1 is the lead for Post 74 as we enter into the top of the 6th inning. Mitchell coming back up to bat. They scored 1 run in the top of the 5th before Brookings answered back with 5. The pitcher out on the mound still going to be Nolan Krogman. And he will face Jackson Hartman, the second baseman, to start things off here in the top of the 6th inning. First pitch comes across for ball 1. Good offensive display. The last of the 5th for the Bandits. That pitch going to miss inside and low for ball 2. Gets away from the catcher. Nobody on base, so it's fine. Krogman as well, over 80 pitches now. He's 84th right here, and that'll be good for ball 3. Hartman 0 for 2 on the day. He struck out his first appearance in the first. Is that pitch going to be in there for strike 1? And then in the fourth, he grounded out to third. That'll be ball 4. So Hartman will be the runner on first for Palace City. Off that walk as Caden Allen, the right fielder, will step up now. No outs. We're in the top of the 6th. Game 1 of 2 between Brookings and Palace City tonight. Both here on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Glad you've joined us here for some Tuesday night baseball. First pitch going to miss for ball 1. That guy on the mound, Krogman, sends it in there. That's strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Brookings, the 5-1 advantage over Palace City. That's going to be hit, picked up by the third baseman, Lease. They try to turn 2, and they get it in time. Nice play from Lease to Hansen to Hyde. Just like that, 2 outs in the inning, no base runners, and that'll bring up Cannon Moeller, first baseman. First pitch to him, in there for strike 1. Steps out and then steps back in. Bat low on his right shoulder, sometimes resting on it. He swings it, it's lifted into the outfield. Meendering coming in to make the grab, and a quick inning for Brookings, and they'll be up to bat once again coming up here. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We move to the bottom of the 6th inning, and Brookings will get another shot on offense. They lead it 5-1, and we'll be back right after this short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. To the bottom of the 6th we go. Brookings leading it 5-1 over Palace City as the offense has opened up here in the last few innings. They pushed all 5 across in the bottom of the 5th. They'll try to keep the train rolling here as first to come up will be Talon Hyde, the first baseman, the only batter not to hit in that bottom of the 5th inning. First pitch comes across, strike 1. Second one swung on by Hyde. It's going to drift out to the outfield. Right fielder Allen will come in, make the catch for out number 1. Quick first out for the Mitchell defense, and that'll bring up Cooper Schneider, the second baseman who got things started with a single in the 5th. He was the first round to come around to score, the first of 5 straight batters to make it on base and score for the Bandits. First pitch, ball 1. There's the 1-0 offering from Christensen, who's still in the game, nearing 90 pitches now in this outing. Kale moves to 2-0. And green bat almost straight up in the air for Schneider, as that pitch is a nice one in there for strike 1. Climb back in, ready for the 2-1. Here it is. And that's going to be hit into center field. McCormick will drift over to his right and make that grab. So pop out to right, a fly out to center, and quick 2 outs, and that'll bring up Jay Harris, the right fielder. 5-1, Brookings leading over Palace City. We're into the back end of this one. And that first pitch going to miss for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes to Harris, who was 1 for 2. He had a double to push across the first run. This time he's going to hit it into left field for a base hit. Turn around on it, and another base runner for Brookings now, the first one of this half inning. We'll see if they can do something with it as Noah Lease, the third baseman, comes up to bat now. Keep in mind there is 2 outs here in the top of the bottom of the 6th. That'll be lifted over towards right field. Hartman's back to grab it, the second baseman. And no runs off of 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base for Brookings as we will head to the top of the 7th, and Brookings has a chance to end this one right here. We'll be back after this short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. We move to the top of the 7th inning, and Brookings with a chance to end the game right here with 3 more outs. And up to bat first, Ethan Haig, the left fielder. He'll step in. And watch the first pitch from Krogman go across home plate. For strike 1. Second one will be swung on. It'll get past the third baseman, but Hansen's there to try and make a play. He's just drifting away from the first baseman, so the runner able to leg it out, and Palace City has a base runner off of that hit from Ethan Haig. And now comes up Jacob Ebert with that runner on first and nobody out here in the top of the 7th. Krogman at 93 pitches right now. This will be his 94th. That's going to be inside, but outside the zone, ball 1. Haig taking a small lead off of first, and another offering inside for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes is the count. And that's going to be hit by Ebert, and say he fouled it off his foot, it looks like, as he limps a little bit around the Brookings in the turf, the infield turf, spelled out with white letters right behind home plate. Trying to walk it off a little bit. The count will be 2 balls and 1 strike. Once he's ready to climb back in there. Third baseman taking a couple of practice swings, making sure everything feels right before he gets back in the right-handed batter's box to face Krogman on the mound. Pitch fouled off towards the right. Evens the count up at 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, a runner on first, no outs for Palace City, and that's chopped foul off towards the left. So the count stays at 2-2 for Jacob Ebert. Deep breath from Krogman, and here's the 2-2. Barely misses for ball 3. So full count to the batter, Ebert. So this will be Krogman's 100th pitch of the game. That's fouled straight backwards into the safety netting. And we'll do it again. The on-deck batter, Dawson Adams, coming out to grab that one and bring it back to the place where he's warming up, just off to the left. It's going to be hit into the outfield now. Nice hit from Ebert, but an even nicer defensive play from Cooper Schneider, drifting backwards to make the grab. It's the first out of the inning. The runner stays over at first. That's Ethan Haig, and that'll bring up the aforementioned Dawson Adams. Pitch from Krogman. Now up to 102. That's in there for strike 1. He's trying to finish out this complete game and get the win for Brookings. That's in there for strike 2. Good pitch from Krogman. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Runner on first and 1 out on the board. The pitch. Up high, ball 1. Here's the 1-2 from Krogman. That's going to be hit into left field. Christofferson camping under it. And that's a line out to left for out number 2. So Haig still stays parked at first, and Palace City possibly down to their final out. As Carter Roach will come out, have a conversation on the mound, and they will take the ball away from Krogman. He's not able to go. He probably hit a pitch limit there. 105 pitches will give you his final line. As he walks off to an ovation. Good outing for him. 6.2 innings pitched, 5 hits given up, only 1 run. That 1 run was earned. 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. He hit 1 batsman. 105 pitches, 63 of them were strikes, and he faced 26 out of the 27 batters that
Now pitching for the Bandits, number 9, Cooper Schneider.
usually would be needed for a 9-inning game. So now Cooper Schneider will be the one to come out. As he's warming up. He warms up on the mound here. Tyler Christensen, the Palace City batter, who, if Brookings can close this one out, will go the complete game in the loss, will be up to bat. So it'll be a straight swap for Schneider and Krogman, as Nolan Krogman will go over to second base. Schneider will take his spot on the pitcher's mound. So 2 outs, we're in the top of the 7th. A runner on first. Jace Bauer comes back behind the dish. We are set to resume action here with Cooper Schneider on the mound. First pitch will be in there, strike 1. Christensen, the number 9 batter for Palace City. So he'll step back in. Here's the 0-1. That misses downstairs, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner still over on first and 2 outs for Palace City. And that's called strike 2. So Palace City and Christensen possibly down to their last strike here. Schneider on the mound, getting the sign from Bauer. Coming set on the hill. Here's the 1-2. And that's off the zone for ball 2. So that brings the count to even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cooper trying to get that last strike to give Brookings the win. That's fouled off towards the right. You can hear the wind coming in. Turn down the crowd mic there. Gust coming from the southeast. Pretty sustained. That's going to hit him right on the arm. So hold up, not quite done yet. So runners on first and second now for Palace City. So Quentin Wilson will come out and run for Tyler Christensen, the pitcher. Palace City would have to score 4 to tie it. 5 to take the lead as that's fouled off towards the left. No balls, 1 strike the count. Schneider deals, that's hit into right field. Harris going over, and it's gonna drop right in front of him. Runner coming around third, he's gonna keep it there, so the bases will be loaded as Haig will be at third base, Christensen at second, and Carter McCormick off the base hit will be at first. Still 2 outs in the inning. The tying run coming up to the plate, and Ian Weber, the shortstop. Schneider on the mound, deals and fires. It's fouled off into the Palace City dugout. So the count will move to 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, and here's the pitch from Schneider. Slow swing and a miss for Weber. So again, Palace City down to their final strike. 0-2 the count. Pitch from Schneider. Swung on, it's gonna be hit. Leaping into the air to make the grab is Noah Lease. And that will be the end of it. 5-1. Brookings will get the win here. 3 runners left on base, no runs, 2 hits, and no errors in that inning. And will be the final score, 5-1. Brookings gets the win in game number 1 of our doubleheader. So Cooper Schneider comes in relief for 1/3 of an inning. Gives up 1 hit, no runs, 2 walks, no strikeouts. He does hit a batter, and he faces 3 to help Brookings earn the win. He gets the save on the night. In the loss, Tyler Christensen pitches 6 innings, gives up 6 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned, 2 walks, and 1 strikeout. He had 94 pitches, 58 of them were strikes, and he faced 25 batters. So again, final score 5-1, and Brookings advances to 13-10 overall, 10-5 in South Dakota Class A. and Palace City post 18 falls to 17 and 16 overall, and 10 and 12 in South Dakota Class A. So we will take a small break, and when we come back, we will have Game 2 of the doubleheader for you between Brookings and Palace City. But Brookings gets the win in Game 1, 5-1. We'll be back in about 25 minutes. For now, have a good day. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. We welcome you back here for game number 2 between Palace City and Brookings. The Brookings post-74 Bandits got a win in game number 1 by a tally of 5-1, and now we enter into game number 2. Let's go ahead and run quickly through the starting lineups for both of these teams here. For Mitchell, leading off and in pitching today, Carter McCormick. Batting second and playing first, Cannon Moeller. Batting third and playing second, Jackson Hartman. As the first pitch going to come across. Has strike 1. The cleanup spot, playing center field, Ethan Haig. In fifth, Caden Allen playing right field. In sixth, playing shortstop, Ian Weber. In seventh, Jacob Ebert in left field. In eighth, Dawson Adams catching. And in ninth, Tyler Christian playing third. Getting the start on the mound for Brookings, Max Jensen. He was in the substitutions area for game number 1, but here he has a 1-2 count up on the leadoff hitter, Carter McCormick. That's going to be fouled off towards the left. So the count remains at 1-2. 1-2 pitch from Jensen is lifted into left field. Jude Meandering comes up to grab it. And that will be out. Number 1. And that'll bring up Cannon Moeller. So this will be the first pitch from Jensen to Moeller as that's fouled off towards the right. Will stay in the park, hitting off the safety netting. 0-1 count. For Brookings, leading off and playing center field, Nolan Krogman. Batting second, playing shortstop, Baker Hansen. Batting third, first baseman, Jace Bauer. So that's in there for ball 1. 1-1 is the count. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, Talon Hyde. Batting fifth, the second baseman, Cooper Schneider. Batting sixth, the right fielder, Jay Harris. So that one's going to miss for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike here to Cannon Moeller. And in batting seventh, the third baseman, Noah Lease. Batting eighth, the left fielder, Jude Meandering. And batting ninth, Ben Schulte, the catcher. And starting on the mound for Palace City, Carter McCormick, who was the leadoff hitter for post 18. 3-1 count. Jensen fires it in. Moeller chops it over to third. Picked up by Lease. Sends it over to Bauer at first. And quickly 2 up, 2 down so far. And that'll bring up the third batter, Jackson Hartman. He's playing second base for Palace City here in this one. No base runners, no score here to start things off in the top of the first. First pitch into Hartman. And that's going to hit him. So he'll go ahead and take his base. And that'll bring up Ethan Haig. So Palace City will have a runner on first base. 2 outs here in the top of the first. And Haig, the center fielder, up to bat. That'll be fouled away for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike as Haig will step back in. And here's the pitch from the righty, Jensen. That misses outside, ball 1. One ball, 1 strike, the even count. So now Haig will step back in and swing on that one. One ball, 2 strikes is the count now. Again, there's 2 outs and a runner on first for Palace City. Pitch from Jensen, that's swung on, lifted into the air. Harris coming in to track it and grab it. And there's going to be no runs, no hits, no errors, and one runner left on base for Palace City here in the top of the first. We move to the bottom of the first inning. Brookings gets their first opportunity here in game number 2. We'll be back after this short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Going on to the bottom of the first inning, still no score between Palace City and Brookings, and now Brookings gets their first opportunity here in game 2. Again, it's going to be Nolan Krogman, Baker Hansen, Jace Bauer, Talon Hyde, the DH, in the 4th position. Then after that, Cooper Schneider, Jay Harris, Noah Lease, Jude Meandering, and Ben Schulte. Carter McCormick on the mound for Palace City to get the start in game number 2, and the first pitch comes across for strike 1. Krogman was the pitcher. He went 6 2/3. Just couldn't get that last out. I think he hit a pitch limit, as that's going to be hit over to the second baseman, Hartman. He bobbles it, and no throw is going to be made, so Nolan Krogman will reach off of that single. They may call that one an error. We'll see if they do. The official scoring on Game Changer. But regardless, Nolan Krogman will be the first runner on base for Brookings. And that'll bring up Baker Hansen, the shortstop. No outs and a runner on first for Hansen. And they are going to call that an error on the second baseman. Runner's going to go. Krogman will slide in, and he'll be called out at second base. So that's going to be out number 1 as they throw him out. Ball 1 at the plate, and Hansen will step back in to face that 1-0 count. So they had a runner on first, and now they don't. They have 1 out on the board as the second pitch comes to Hansen for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes for Hansen. It's Brookings and Palace City, no score here in the bottom of the first. That's ball 3. There's no strikes to Hansen yet as he takes a look at his bat and will step back in. And then the pitch, that one's in there for strike 1. So that'll keep the at-bat alive. Hansen will step back in. The 3-1, that's out. Oh, they call it a strike, a late call there. Hansen had already flipped his bat towards the Brookings dugout and was headed down the first base line. He'll have to come grab it from Jace Bauer, who's in the on-deck circle. So the count will be full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. One out in the inning for Brookings. Hansen at the plate. The pitch from McCormick. Wide away and gets past the catcher. There's going to be no play at first because it's an automatic walk. So Hansen will be over there at first. The second base runner Brookings has had this inning, but Krogman got on first and got thrown out at second. That's why there's one out on the inning. And a scoreless ball game. Now the two officials coming together to chat about it. Two officials, two umpires, really. One behind the plate and one over in the field. And then they come over to talk to head coach Carter Roach for Brookings Post 74. Not sure what it's about, but everybody heads back to their positions. Roach over in the third base coach's box. And with one out, and a runner on first, Jace Bauer will step in, the first baseman. He'll face McCormick here in the bottom of the first. That pitch outside, ball one. There's a 1-0 count from McCormick, and that's in there, swung on, strike one. Both Bauer and Hansen looking at Coach Roach, getting the sign. Left-handed pitcher, McCormick comes set, facing the first base side, kicks and deals, in there, strike two. So the count moves to 1-2. Only one out on the scoreboard and a runner on first for Brookings. Here's the pitch. In there, strike three looking. Good pinch from McCormick. And that's out number two as Jace Bauer strikes out. So that brings up Talon Hyde now, the designated hitter in this one. In the previous game, they just had the pitchers hit. That's still what Palace City is doing, but this time Brookings electing to use their designated hitter. So Max Jensen on the mound and Talon Hyde hitting for him. The first pitch to him going to be ball one. And a game with no score between Brookings and Palace City. Second pitch going to miss outside is, or pardon me, that's going to hit on the edge for strike one. 2 outs, runner on first. And Talon Hyde with a 1-1 count, currently battling the pitcher Carter McCormick. Pitch inside, gets away from the catcher, so Hansen will move up 90 feet. On the pass ball. And the count will change to 2-1. So now a runner in scoring position for Brookings, and the DH Hyde at the plate. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Leaving it upstairs, ball three. Hansen taking his lean off a second. The 3-1 pitch from McCormick is down low, ball four. So it's 2 walks for McCormick so far in this bottom of the first. Hansen will remain at second. Hyde will go over to first, and that'll bring up Cooper Schneider, the second baseman for this Bandits team. Dawson Adams going to chat with his pitcher Carter McCormick for just a few seconds before retreating back behind the plate. So Schneider will step in with 2 outs on the board and 2 runners, one of them in scoring position at second base. Here's the 2-out offering from McCormick. Trying to curve inside, just misses for ball one. Runners take their leads off their bases, nobody holding them on. It's going to be Hansen at second, Hyde at first, and here's the 1-0 offering. Down low and gets away momentarily from Adams, but he's quick to turn around, pick it up, and runners will stay at first and second. But the count will move to 2-0. No score between Brookings and Palace City. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Brookings earned a 5-1 win in Game 1 of the night. Now in the bottom of the first of Game 2. The 2-0 pitch. Misses for ball 3. One of a handful of games happening around the state. We're able to grab a few final scores. We'll kind of update you on that as the games go on and they start happening. A few one-offs, a few doubleheaders. The 3-0 in there, strike one. Well, first off, Watertown getting the win on the road in Renner, 3-1. So post 17 winning over the post 307. The 3-1 pitch, and that's going to hit him on the feet. Regardless, it was going to be ball 4. We'll see what they officially rule that. They'll call that a hit by pitch. Thought it hit him, but wasn't quite sure. So now Hansen will move over to third, Hyde to second, and Schneider at first with 2 away in the inning. The bases are loaded. That'll bring up Jay Harris, the right fielder, as they have a conference on the mound. The other game that's gone final so far, Spearfish getting the win over Yankton. Post 12, that was 4-3 in Yankton for game 1. A couple of games picking up here. One of them being between Rapid City post 320 and Sturgis. Of course, Sturgis being excused from the Class A standings a few weeks ago, so games against them will no longer count, whether they happened before the excusal or after. Spearfish and Yankton going against each other in Game 2, and the two Sioux Falls Post 15 teams in a crosstown battle. Currently, Post 15 West leading over Post 15 East, 1-0 in the bottom of the first. Here in the bottom of the first, still no score, but Brookings with the bases loaded and 2 outs. It's going to be swung on by Harris, and that's going to be a foul ball. So he'll come back to the plate, and the runners will go back to first, second, and third. Baker Hansen on third, Talon Hyde on second, and Cooper Schneider on first. Brookings yet to record a hit in this one. The 3 batters were, well, Hansen and Hyde were walked, and then Schneider was hit by a pitch. All of them taking leads off their bases, and the pitch going to miss outside to even it up at 1-1 after the foul ball. Of course, in Major League Baseball, the Minnesota Twins in the top of the third have a 2-1 lead over the Cleveland Guardians. So we'll try to keep you up to date on all those games as we move throughout this one. Game 2 of this doubleheader. Still no score between Brookings and Mitchell as that pitch goes in there for strike 2. Brookings a golden opportunity here to get the lead early. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed, and they're going to leave the bases loaded. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 3 left on base. So we'll head to the top of the second, but not before we say thank you to one of our sponsors, the Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy. You can team up with their expertise for all your chiropractic, physical therapy, and massage needs for your back and neck pain, headaches, sports injuries, DOT physicals, and acupuncture. They're located on 22nd Avenue. You can call 696-7222. Thank you to Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy. No score after 1. We head to the second. We'll be back after this short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Back here as we enter into the top of the second, no score between Brookings and Palace City. Game 2 of our doubleheader here at Bob Shelden Field. Braden Byers along with you. Glad to have you with us here on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. What's turned into a beautiful night for baseball. It was kind of a hot one today, as Max Jensen sends the first pitch of the second inning in on Caden Allen, who's stepping up for his first plate appearance of this game number 2, the right fielder. The two-way star for Mitchell. So that swung on and missed for strike 1. Some weather happening in the state, but that's moreover west of the Missouri River. Shouldn't have to worry about it impacting this game here. So that swung on. Not sure if it was foul tipped, but it hit the mask of the catcher, Ben Schulte. Will be strike 2. Nothing but clear skies here in Brookings. That one's going to be swung on and missed by Caden Allen. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night for out number 1.
Batting 6th, number 1, the shortstop, Ian Weber.
So Ian Weber will come up, the shortstop. Brookings currently sitting at a cool 86 degrees, but decent blow of wind. It feels like 91 as that one's going to be hit in the air, and Schulte's going to go back and grab it. So one pitch and a pop-up to the catcher for out number 2.
Left fielder, Jacob Ebert.
The wind's blowing from the southerly direction at 15 miles an hour. 59% humidity. As the sun starts to set, the daytime heating will go away, but still the low tonight's supposed to be only 70. That's kind of when we'll get that chance of thunderstorms here on the eastern side of the state. Is that pitch going to miss for ball 1? It's Jacob Ebert will step up, the left fielder. Here's the second pitch from Jensen, and that misses outside, ball 2. Two balls, no strikes, and the pitch from Jensen swung on and missed by Ebert. Took a hack at that one and missed. So that moves the count to 2-1. The pitch fouled back. That'll even things up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Twos across the board, 2 outs as well in a scoreless ball game, and that's strike 3 looking. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base for Palace City. We'll head to the bottom of this second inning after this short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network.
That is a 7:30 first pitch Sunday.
We welcome you back as we move into the bottom of the second inning. No score between Brookings and Palace City. Some score updates, post 320. Up over Sturgis, 2-0 in the top of the second. Currently no score in the third inning between Yankton and Spearfish. 2-0 now, post 15 West. Gaining the lead over post 15 East, and scoreless in the bottom of the first in game 2 between Watertown and Renner. That's a look at your scoreboard. Here, first pitch comes across for ball 1 to Noah Lease, who's stepping in for Brookings, and now time called. He looks like something happening with his ear. Looks like he's all right. He steps back in with the mint green colored bat over his left shoulder. And here's the next pitch from McCormick. Gets away from the catcher. Nobody on base, so it'll just be ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. The Twins also leading over the Guardians 2-1. And that's in the bottom of the third. Major League Baseball. Two balls, no strikes. McCormick on the mound. Facing off against Noah Lease, the third baseman. That's going to be up near his helmet. For ball 3. It's a hitter's count for Noah Lease as he steps back in the left-handed batter's box. Here's the pitch. In there, strike 1. That's a good comebacker from McCormick. Leading off both games. This time he's pitching. That's going to be hit. Slow chopper over to first base, and Moeller's going to try and throw it to the pitcher, McCormick. That gets away from him, and Lease will end up at second base. So that brings up now Jude Meendering. The runner in scoring position for Brookings. They had the bases loaded in the bottom of the first, but left them all on the base paths. They're going to say Noah Lease reached on an error. That's the second error of the ball game for Palace City. Meendering coming up, and that first pitch going to be in there for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, no outs. The runner taking its lead off of second, that's Noah Lease. Pitch. Bunt. It's going to be a short one. McCormick comes out, makes the play over at first to get him out, but that advances Lease over to third. Good reaction time from McCormick to throw him out, and that's out number 1 of the inning, bringing up the 9-hole hitter, Ben Schulte. The catcher here in game number 2. He's left on the bench for game 1. With 1 out and a runner on third. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. Sack bunt moving Noah Lease over to third. We're scoreless between Brookings and Palace City, but the Bandits knocking on the door here. That pitch will miss. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch from McCormick. Swung on, fouled off towards the right. Ends up in front of the Brookings dugout. After hitting off the safety netting. Standing in front of the grandstand here at Bob Shelden Field. There's a 2-1 offering. Swung on and missed by Schulte. He took a hack and he missed it. That'll be strike 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner still over at third base. Looking to come in. Here's the 2-2 in there. Strike 3 looking. Heck of a pitch from Carter McCormick for out number 2. And that'll bring us back to the top of the order, Nolan Krogman. Brookings. Ginley's still standing on third. He reached on an error. Something that Krogman did back in the first. First dealing, upstairs, ball one. Then Krogman got thrown out. That's going to be fouled away towards the right. Strike one. By the way, that severe thunderstorm watch that was out more towards West River, it's now stretching all the way from Gillette, Wyoming, down into Gordon and Valentine, Nebraska, all the way up to Eureka and McLaughlin and Mobridge. Mobridge is getting hammered right now with severe weather. Is that pitch in there for strike two? Again, we're looking good here. Clear skies in Brookings. If anything is going to happen, as we are in a level 2 out of 5 risk, will be more towards the later hours. It's the 1-2. Krogman lifts it into center field. Haig going back. He'll camp under it and bring it home. So again, Brookings not able to push a run across. They leave one stranded, no runs, no hits, and one error. And of course, that one runner left on base. And we will head to the top of the third inning. Defense shaping up to be the story again in this one. We'll be back after a short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. No score between Brookings and Palace City. Game 2 of a doubleheader after evening. Dawson Adams, the catcher, coming up for his first plate appearance of the game. Max Jensen sends in the first pitch to Adams. It's going to be cross for ball one. Again, defense going to be big story in this one so far. Mitchell only able to get one runner on base so far, and they left him stranded back in the first, the 1-1. As that misses down low and inside for ball two. In the last game, there wasn't a run scored until the top of the fifth inning when Mitchell got their one run across, and then Brookings answered with all 5 of theirs in the bottom of the fifth. Other than that, every inning clean for both sides. As that misses for ball three. 3-1 hit into right field. Harris tracking it down and making the grab.
Batting ninth, number 2, the third baseman, Tyler Christensen.
So after the fly out to right, that'll bring up the 9-hole hitter, Tyler Christensen. He's the pitcher of game number 1, and that first pitch will hit him. So Palace City gets their second base runner of the day, both of them courtesy of a hit batsman. So Christensen will take his position over there. One out here in the top of the third inning, and coming up to bat now, the leadoff hitter, Carter McCormick. Also the pitcher for this Palace City team. Squares around a bunt. It gets past him before he can make contact, and It's the face mask of the catcher, Ben Schulte. Be strike one anyway. One out runner at first, no score. We're in the top of the third. Back to the top of the lineup as well. Runner's going to go. The throw from Schulte, a nice one. It took one hop, but it's not able to get there in time as Christensen advances up to second base off of that stolen base. And again, that's going to be the name of the game here. If you can get a runner on, you want to get him into scoring position and set your hitters up for the best possible outcome, as so far the pitching has been pretty good here. The 1-1. Gonna miss for ball two. Both base runners so far for Palace City being hit batsmen, so this one would not be an earned run if Christensen comes around to score. That's swung on and missed by McCormick to even it back up at 2-2. No, that unearned run still counts the same as any other run. So I'm sure Max Jensen isn't even putting that thought into his head as that's fouled off towards the left, out of play. The infielders on the left side, Noah Lease and Baker Hansen, drifting towards that way, but they realized quickly that it would be out beyond the Palace City dugout. So 2 balls, 2 strikes is the count. 1 out and a runner on second for Palace City. And again, McCormick fouls it off towards the left, out of play. So we'll do the 2-2 pitch for the third time. No score between Palace City and Brookings. The pitch, hit into left field. Meendering coming in on it, makes the catch, and that'll keep the runner at bay. And that's out number 2, and that'll bring up Kanan Moeller.
Batting with 2 outs, number 8, first baseman.
But that runner still on second, but this time 2 outs in the inning. We're in the top of the third. We remain scoreless so far, as once again we're at that time of night, about 7:40 Central Time, where it just, the shadows casted on the field are quite peculiar. 1 from the grandstand and 2 from the trees out over in right field. They're going to try to throw him out at second. It was close, but Christensen getting back just in time. So Jensen will climb back up on the hill, nearing 40 pitches in the game so far. We're in the top of the third. Looking back between second, facing the third base side, now sends it home. Moeller's gonna hit it. It'll be foul, reaching over just out of reach for the first baseman, Bauer. Into the Brookings dugout, and it bounces from there off to the concourse to our right. Decent crowd on hand here for Tuesday night baseball. Mitchell, of course, not far away, but decent drive. Couple of less patrons. Here's the 0-1. That misses outside for ball 1. Palace City currently sitting in 11th place. Coming into today, they have a 10-12 record after the Game 1 loss. Moeller chops it over. Hansen can't make the grab. So it's going to be runners on the corners for Palace City with 2 outs. The base hit from Moeller. And that advances Christensen over to third. And that brings up Jackson Hartman. Looking to potentially knock a run in for Palace City. And because Post 18 sits in that 11th place spot, if the season were to end today, Brookings and Palace City would meet up in that best-of-3 game playoff series. And that would be taking place right here at Bob Shelden Field. 1 ball, no strikes. Brookings sitting in 6th place. They're less than a half a point from reaching into the top 5, and Rapid City posts 320. The big one for that. And currently they're playing a team that doesn't count in the standings. So they're not going to move. So Brookings, if they get 2 wins here today, could inch even closer and could have the same record as post 320. The 1-1 fouled off towards the right. So it's all about jockeying for position, and of course Brookings has Harrisburg right on their heels. 10-6 record coming into today. And about the smallest power point margin between the two that you could probably have. Runner's gonna go, that's gonna miss outside, so Moeller the stolen base. That'll move him up to second. Now both runners in scoring position. Still 2 outs on the board. A 2-2 count in a scoreless ball game. Palace City threatening here. Runners on second and third. The pitch swung on and hit over on the right side by Hartman. It's going to be out of play.
Lots of opportunities for 50-cent foul balls with 3 bags of popcorn this afternoon.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. We'll do it again. As Jensen climbs back up on the mound. Peers in, gets his sign, and delivers. Hit again on that right side, again out of play. So currently the playoff matchups would look like this. Rapid City Post 22 would make it as the tourney host automatically to the state tournament. Then it's number 2 Yankton versus number 15 Huron. Number 3 Sioux Falls West versus number 14 Aberdeen. Brandon Valley versus Spearfish. Rapid City Post 320 versus Sioux Falls East. Brookings versus Mitchell. Harrisburg versus Renner. And Pierre versus Watertown. That's going to be skied in the air. Jensen coming in to make the grab. The pop out to the pitcher will be out number 3 of the inning. 2 runners left on base, but no runs come across. There was 1 hit and no errors. We'll move to the bottom of the third. Brookings with another chance to get the first run on the scoreboard. We'll be back right after this short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. To the bottom of the third we go. Still no score between Brookings and Palace City in game number 2. Brookings getting another shot on offense. Baker Hansen going to come up as he leads off the bottom of the third. Carter McCormick still on the mound for Palace City Post 18. Brookings has had a few opportunities. They've left 4 runners stranded so far in this game as that first pitch going to get past the catcher for ball 1. And things kind of winding down. We're getting towards the end of this Class A Senior Legion season. It's the second pitch. Will miss for ball 2. So this weekend, Brookings will head to Minnesota for the 2026 Gopher Classic, and they'll be playing in Group A. That'll be taking place at Castle Field in Anoka, Minnesota. So that's fouled off towards the right. Anoka north of Minneapolis. Play 2 games each day. On Friday, they'll play Sartell, Minnesota, and Manitoba U17 out of Canada. And then on Saturday, Orono, Minnesota, and Anoka. going to miss downstairs, ball 3. And then whether you play on a Sunday and Monday depends on how you finish in your group and whether you can keep on winning. A lot of teams over at that one. As that's missed, ball 4, and Hansen will be the base runner here for Brookings as we get the inning started. So Hansen will be over at first as Jace Bauer comes up to bat, the first baseman. And he'll try to bat Hansen around. Other South Dakota teams to take part in that Gopher Classic. I mean, Huron, Mitchell, Pierre, Rapid City Post 22, Rapid City Post 320, along with Renner, Sioux Falls Post 15 West and East, and Yankton. Is that pitch going to be inside, get away from the catcher momentarily, and Hansen's going to go ahead and take that second bag. Heads up base running from Hansen as he moves from first to second. And Brookings again has a runner in scoring position. So they left Noah Lee stranded on third in the bottom of the second. Another opportunity here, this time with no outs. Pitch from McCormick. That's going to be fouled off towards the right by Bauer. After the Gopher Classic, Brookings will finish out with 2 Class A doubleheaders on the road in Watertown and Brandon on Tuesday and Thursday, and then have their senior night recognition at 6 p.m. right here at Bob Shelden Field against Marshall, Minnesota. And we'll have that one for you on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. The 1-1 misses and moves the count to 2-1. And then that's it for the regular season. Then we're into that best-of-3 game playoff series, and then if you can win that series, you go into the state tournament in Rapid City. 2-1, and McCormick steps off to get Hansen, who's on second, back to the bag. He'll take his lead again. McCormick sends it home, and Bauer going to hit it into left field. That's a base hit there, bringing Hansen around third. He's going to score easily. Bauer going to slide head first into second base. An RBI double for Jace Bauer, and Brookings takes the lead 1-0 here in the bottom of the third. So Hansen and Bauer basically swapping spots there, and that'll bring up Talon Hyde, the designated hitter, in the 4th spot in the lineup. Still no outs in the inning, and Brookings has a chance to possibly add on here. So this time, they're the first one to strike. If you remember, Palace City, the first one to score in game number 1, that was in the top of the 5th, and then Brookings answered back with all 5 of their runs to earn the win. Here, the Bandits are up 1-0. We're going to have Talon Hyde at the plate. The pitch from McCormick in there for strike 1. Brookings currently on a 6-game winning streak, if you're counting game number 1 of today. Hyde squares around a bunt and does it up the first base side, and it rolls foul. So Bauer, who was already at third base, will have to trek back to second, and that'll be strike number 2 on the scoreboard. So no balls and 2 strikes to Talon Hyde as he steps back in. Carter McCormick still on the mound, north of 50 pitches so far in this one. Here's the 0-2 offering, and that's off the edge for ball 1. Good eyes there from Talon Hyde to lay off that one as he steps back in. Runner still at second, nobody out here in the bottom of the third, and a 1-0 advantage for Brookings over Palace City. The pitch swung on and missed. That was a good pitch to swing on, but Hyde just missed it. And that's a strikeout for out number 1. Bringing up Cooper Schneider, the first baseman. Still with that runner in scoring position.
Second baseman Cooper Schneider.
Mentioned Brookings winners of 6 straight. They swept Aberdeen and Huron on Tuesday and Wednesday last week. Their game against Volga was rained out. Then they had a win at the Jim Peterson FM Invitational against Bloomington to end out the weekend. And you tack on one more win today, and Bandits are getting hot at exactly the right time. They have the 1-0 lead here. The 0-1 pitch will be inside ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's 1 out on the board. The runner at second, Jace Bauer. It's Cooper Schneider at the plate. The pitch from McCormick, inside. That gets away from the catcher. Runner's going to go down to third, and Adams can't make the play. So Bauer advances off that pass ball. And Brookings will have a runner knocking on the door, with Bauer over at third. Two balls, 1 strike, the count to Cooper Schneider. The pitch. Swung on, lifted foul off to the right. Out of play, and it hits on top of the Brookings dugout. That evens up the count at 2-2. So Schneider will step back in. That's going to be a swing and foul tip. So the count remains the same at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Practice swing, then the wide stance from Schneider with the mint green bat over his right shoulder. Pitch from McCormick, outside. Adams a nice slide to make the save. But that moves the count to full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, runner on third base. Brookings already with the 1-0 advantage, scoring that run here in the bottom of the third. Here's the 3-2. Outside, ball 4, and Schneider's gonna walk. So now it's 2 base runners for Brookings as Jay Harris, the right fielder, comes up to bat. Only 1 gone here in the bottom of the third. As Harris and the runners on first and third get the signs from Carter Roach, the coach, over in the third base coach's box. Now Harris will step in. It's going to be upstairs, ball 1, runners stay. The only one that really would be going would be Schneider over at first. Count is 1 ball, no strikes, as Harris steps back in. Pitch from McCormick. Now he's going to go. The throw is high, and the ball slips out of Adams' hand. So Schneider is able to reach second with no contest. Now runners in second and third position. Jay Harris at the plate, only 1 out for Brookings. Trying to extend the 1-0 lead. Here's the 2-0 pitch, fouled straight back. Up over the grandstand for strike 1. Rapid City post 320 has opened up a 6-0 lead over Sturgis post 33 in the top of the third. Here the 2-1 pitch, sent in there for strike 2. Still no score between Yankton and Spearfish between the 2 Sioux Falls teams. It's 2-0 in the bottom of the second. Post 15 West leading over Post 15 East, and Renner in the bottom of the second, 2-1 lead over Watertown. As that swung on and missed, and Harris will strike out. So now Brookings down to their final out of the inning. As Noah Lease will step up now. Runners still on second and third. Brookings looking to do some damage here. First one, he watches go past for a strike. Now, Lease was able to get over to third, but he was left there after a ground out, strikeout, and line out in the bottom of the second. That one's inside near Lease. That hit him. So again, Brookings will have the bases loaded after that hit by pitch. Bauer at third, Schneider at second, Lease at first. 2 outs on the board, and Jude Meendering will come up to bat. As Coach Christ will come out to have a meeting with his infield and his pitcher. Carter McCormick, 69 pitches on the dot. Doesn't look to be taking him out. Probably want to have him at least finish this inning. It's a quick meeting on the mound for Coach Christ. Retreats back to the Palace City dugout. Meendering will step in to take the bench. Again, bases loaded. 2 outs in the inning. Second time Brookings has had runners on all 3 bags with 2 outs. They weren't able to do anything with it last time. Can they do something with it here? Already leading 1-0. The pitch swung on and missed from Meendering. You say he tipped it a little bit, but regardless, would be strike 1. No balls, 1 strike as left-handed pitcher McCormick peers in, kicks and delivers. That misses outside, away from Meendering. Standing in the right-handed. The walk would bring a runner in here. McCormick's 3-1. In there, strike 2. So count's gonna be to full. 2 outs, runners loaded. And a 1-0 lead for Brookings in the bottom of the third. Meendering's ready, so is McCormick. Here's the deliver. Foul tip backwards, Meendering stays alive. Runners going on the pitch. So they all retreat back to their respective bags. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 down in the bottom of the third. McCormick's offering. High upstairs, and he walks a run in. 2-0 Brookings. The bases will remain loaded. So Schneider moves to third, Lease to second. The RBI walk puts Jude Meendering at first base. Now the catcher Ben Schulte to come up. And that will be the end of the day for Carter McCormick. New pitcher coming on the mound for Palace City. 2 2/3 of an inning, giving up 2 runs, both of them earned. 1 hit allowed, 5 strikeouts, 5 walks, 2 hit batsmen. And the new pitcher will be Ian Weber. Batting in the 6th spot. Was playing shortstop.
For Dallas City, number 1, Ian Weber.
So in the field, Weber will be replaced by Jacob Ebert. Ethan Haig will move over to left to replace Ebert. And McCormick will take the spot out in center field. And again, the new pitcher, Ian Weber, coming in relief after 2 2/3. So he's done throwing his warm-up pitches. Again, bases still loaded for Brookings. Still 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. This time they lead 2-0 after the walk to Jude Meandering forced a run in. And just a reminder, these runners, McCormick's still responsible for all of them. The first batter that Weber will face is Ben Schulte, the catcher for Brookings. The red arm sleeve on his right arm. It comes set. We're ready for the first pitch from Weber. That's fouled off towards the right, out of play. Far out of play. Can't really see where that landed over there. But foul ball. It's good for strike 1 in the scorebook. No balls, 1 strike. So that one misses for ball 1. One on 1 the count. Weber deals. It's fouled off towards the right. Weber sporting some knee-high socks, black for the most part with yellow and white striping on the calf area. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Schulte. In there, strike 3 looking, and Weber gets him out of a jam. Brookings leaves 3 stranded once again, but 2 runs come across. 1 hit, no error, and we will move to the top of the 4th inning. But that's after we say thank you to Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy. You can team up with their expertise for all your chiropractic, physical therapy, and massage needs for your back and neck pain, headaches, sports injuries, DOT physicals, and acupuncture. They're located on 22nd Avenue. You can call 696-7222. Thank you to Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy. We'll be back here in the top of the 4th, Brookings leading 2-0. We'll be back here. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Top of the 4th inning, and Brookings leads it 2-0 over Palace City. Glad to have you along with us here on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Max Jensen still on the mound for Brookings. So far the winning pitcher as things come through, but the new pitcher, Ian Weber, able to get out of a jam there and make Brookings strand 3 runners on the base paths for the 2nd time tonight. First pitch in there for strike 1 to Ethan Haig. He was the center fielder, moving over to left now. Count 1-1, and the pitch going to be chopped over to second. Schneider collects it, zips it over to Bauer on first. For out number 1. So that brings up Caden Allen, the right fielder for Palace City, with 1 out in the inning. First pitch to Allen, chopped foul up the third base side for strike 1. Max Jensen, north of 50 pitches now. This will be his 53rd deliverance. Allen having to duck out of the way to miss that one. Otherwise, that would have hit him right on the top of the helmet. 1 ball, 1 strike to count as Allen steps back in. Here's the pitch from Jensen. Outside, ball 2. Here's the 2-1. That'll be down in the brown-colored turf in front of home plate for ball 3. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Allen, who struck out in his first at-bat back in the second. That one's fouled up in the air, off to the right. The count will move to full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the pitch from Jensen. Going to be rolled over to short. Hansen collects it up and sends it to Bauer. That 6-3 put out is good for out number 2. That brings up Ian Weber.
That was out number 1, Ian Weber.
The new pitcher. Over to that position from the shortstop position. So Palace City will have 2 outs on the scoreboard. As Weber steps in the right-handed batter's box. The pitch from Jensen outside. Schulte having to slide over to his right to stop it from getting past him. Here's the 1-0, and that's skied out of play on the left side from Weber. Well hit ball. And the count is 1-1. No base runners. Palace City trailing 2-0. The away half of the 4th. So that one misses up near the face of Weber for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch from Jensen. Strike 2. So that evens things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jensen trying to go for a 1-2-3 inning. The pitch hit straight to the second baseman, Schneider. Backhanded over to first. And it is indeed a 1-2-3 inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We'll go into the bottom of the 4th. Brookings leading 2-0. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Two to nothing, Brookings with the lead over Palace City as we begin the bottom of the 4th inning. We're back at the top of the order with Nolan Krogman here in the 4th.
Number 6, the center fielder, Nolan Krogman.
He hit in the 1st and 2nd. Skipped the 3rd, and here he is appearing in the 4th. First pitch to Krogman from the new pitcher, Weber. got out of that bases loaded jam for Palace City in the bottom of the third after Brookings had pushed 2 runs across. First pitch is a strike. The second one going to be hit over to second base. Hartman sends it over to first. Moeller gets the catch. And it's 4-3 put out to start the bottom of the fourth. And every win is paramount here as we get down to the end of the season. After next week, we'll know the playoff matchups. Right now, these two teams would be facing off here at Bob Shelden again in about 3 weeks' time, or 2 weeks' time. First pitch to Hansen is a ball. Second one is line of spectators out on that fence. There's a few people enjoying the shade out there on the grassy berm. The 0-1 misses for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Twins still leading 2-1. We're in the bottom of the 6th now over the Cleveland Guardians in Major League Baseball. As that pitch misses upstairs for ball 2. Spearfish has opened up a 3-1 lead over Yankton in the bottom of the 6th. That pitch will be in there for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Bauer, who's at the plate. 4-0 the lead for Post 15 West over Post 15 East now in the bottom of the 4th. And Renner 7-1 leading over Watertown in the bottom of the 3rd. That one going to be swung on, bounced over to 3rd, and Christensen can't make the grab. So Brookings will have a base runner with 2 outs. Bauer might have beat it out anyway. So Talon Hyde will step up now. They will rule that an error, however. So that'll be the 3rd error for this Palace City Post 18 team. Weber comes set on the mound, the runner on first for Brookings, and that first pitch in there for strike 1. Hyde, the designated hitter. Step in, the wide stance, going diagonally across the right-handed batter's box. It's going to be hit. Bouncing over to Ebert at short. He flips it on to second. Hartman has it for out number 3. So, no runs on no hits, 1 runner left on base, and 1 error committed by Palace City. As we head to the top of the 5th inning, we're getting down to it here in this one. Brookings leading it 2-0. We'll be back after this short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. We're back here in the top of the 5th. Brookings with the 2-0 lead over Palace City as we get into the final 2 innings of this one. And to lead things off for Post 18, Jacob Ebert. Moves to the shortstop position out of left field after the defensive lineup changes. So that first pitch going to be in there for strike 1 from Max Jensen. Still on the mound going into his 5th inning of work for Brookings, as that's fouled off towards the right side for strike 2. Jensen has over 60 pitches now in this game. There's the 0-2 offering, and it's down low on the plate. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night to Ebert. He strikes out swinging there. That'll bring up Dawson Adams, the catcher position. Both games tonight with 1 out here in the top of the 5th. First pitch misses for ball 1. Jensen will climb back up on the hill. That misses outside as well. Throwing hard. He's trying to replicate the efficiency of the last inning where it was 3 up, 3 down. That pitch is inside for ball 1. Strike 1, pardon. So the count is 2 balls and 1 strike to Dawson Adams. So that's going to be lifted into center field. Drop just in front of Krogman, the center fielder. The base hit will have Adams in at first base. We'll bring up the 9th batter, Tyler Christensen, the 3rd baseman. He's got 1 out to work with, but also does have that runner on first.
First baseman, number 2, Tyler Christensen.
As Avery Kaus comes on to courtesy run for Adams. So that's going to be lifted up into the air by Christensen. And Schulte's not able to make the grab. Probably just lost it in the sun. The ball drifted over into that weird part in between home plate and first base where it's not covered by the shadow of the grandstand or by the dugout and or the trees behind it. So no ball, 1 strike. It's the count, 1 out, runner on first. Brookings leading 2-0 over Palace City. Runner's going to go to second. There's going to be no throw. And Kaus will move him up. To second base, and they have a runner in scoring position. Could get him back within 1. Count to Tyler Christensen is 1-1. Pitch from Jensen. Misses for ball 2. So Jensen gets back on the mound. Here's the 2-1. Missed outside, ball 3. So Christensen at the plate. If Avery Kaus running for Dawson Adams at second. And 1 out on the scoreboard. Here's the pitch from Jensen. In there, strike 2. So count moves to full. Only 1 out here in the top of the 5th. Jensen comes set on the mound, facing the third base side. The right-hander deals. Has hit over into right field, over the first baseman's head. Runner's going to come around third, and he's going to try and score the throw to home plate. Not able to be caught by Schulte. And Kaus comes around to score. It's 2-1. Brookings still with the lead. Christensen with the single. He'll be over at first. That'll bring us back to the top of the order here in the top of the 5th. Carter McCormick, he was the starting pitcher in this one before he was relieved after 2 2/3 of work. Pickoff attempt over at first, not successful. Still only 1 out here for the Brookings defense. 1 run already pushed across, and they have the runner at first. First pitch to McCormick at the plate. Will get past the catcher Schulte, and that'll bring up Christian to second base on that passed ball. The count moves to 1-0. Christensen settles in at second, taking his lead. The pitch home, fouled off, out of play to the left. That ties up the count at 1-1. With one down here in the top of the fifth, 2-1, Brookings leading over Palace City. Pitch, chopped foul over towards the Brookings dugout for strike two. McCormick steps back in. Lefty hitter with the bat over his left shoulder. Jensen comes set, looks back at second now, delivers home, outside, ball two. So the count is even again, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The runner Christensen at second. Here's the 2-2 offering. In there, strike 3 looking. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Carter McCormick strikes out looking for out number 2. So up comes the first baseman, Kanan Moeller.
Strikeout for the second out of the inning, now batting number 8.
With 2 down and a runner on second. Jensen sends it home. That's going to be hit over to the second baseman, Schneider. Collects it, bobbles it a little bit, but he's able to throw him out at first. So Brookings only lets 1 run across off of 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner is left on base for Mitchell. It's 2-1. Mitchell gets 1 back, but Brookings still with the lead as we enter into the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll step aside here for a moment. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Come on here in the bottom of the 5th, and right away we want to mention that severe thunderstorm watch that is on the western side of the state, stretching from Gillette, Wyoming, down to Gordon and Valentine, Nebraska, all the way up to Mobridge, McLaughlin, and Eureka, up in north central South Dakota, has been extended over to include Aberdeen, Britton, Webster, Redfield, that area, as Cooper Schneider hits, and he beats him out at first. He got it over to the second baseman, Hartman, and Schneider was able to grab that first base bag. So Brookings has a base runner here in the bottom of the 5th, as they're going to try and get that 1 run back. That severe weather kind of moving across north central South Dakota. Not in any of the listening area yet, but it is just to the east. Or pardon me, west of Watertown. And it does include Miller. Over in that area that's seen so much severe weather over the past few weeks. So the bunt's going to be laid down there by Jay Harris. He's going to try to throw him, and he gets away from the first baseman. Schneider's going to come around third. They're going to hold him there. But Brookings is going to have runners on second and... Well, he might not have broken the play, and it might just be a called strike 2, but either way, will be strike number 2. Pitch, that's going to be hit into left field. 1 runner's going to come around to score. They're going to hold Schneider at third, or pardon me, Harris at third. But Noah Lease, an RBI single, and Brookings does get that run back. They lead it by 2 once again, 3-1. As they'll have runners on the corners here, still no outs in the bottom of the 5th inning, and Jude Meendering coming up to bat. Three to 1, Brookings extending the lead. Pitch from Weber. In there, strike one. Meendering knew it, but he didn't swing at it. No balls, 1 strike the count. That pitch gonna miss outside, ball 1. So it will be Jay Harris at third base, Noah Lease at first. And a 1-1 count to Meendering at home. Pitch from Weber. Misses and gets away from the catcher. Both the runners stay put. Wasn't far enough away for Harris to be able to take the run from third. No outs in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch from Weber. The runner's going to go, and that'll be a base hit into right field. Harris comes in to score. Lease is over to third. Meendering at first off that RBI single.
Meendering with an RBI single.
And another run tacked on for Brookings. It's 4-1 in the bottom of the 5th. The 9-hole hitter Ben Schulte coming up to bat. Runners again still on the corners. There's no outs here in this half inning. The sun is set, most of the field covered in shadows. That's lifted foul out of play on the right side. Far beyond any building us on the concourse. No balls, 1 strike to count as Weber's ready, climbs on the rubber. Schulte lifts the mint green colored pad over his right shoulder. He's ready as well. And the 0-1 pitch. Squared around and bunt. It's foul tipped backwards. Strike 2. Four to 1. Brookings getting 2 runs in this inning, bouncing back after Palace City got 1 back in the top of the 5th. Weber looks back over at first, sends it home, good pitch. Although it's called the ball. Thought that was a strike right in there. So the count will be 2-2. Or pardon me, 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Weber. Just a bit high. Ball 2. It's the count even at 2. Runners on first and third. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th. 4-1. Brookings with the lead over Palace City. The pitch. Misses down and away, ball 3. So that pulls the count to full. It's a battle between Ian Weber and Ben Schulte. Schulte steps back in. Weber comes set, near his face, delivers. Skied high in the air, it's back out of play. Went over the grandstand, was expecting a loud bang, but didn't get it. And we'll do the 3-2 again. Here's the pitch. Swung on, lifted into right field. It's going to drop for a hit. Lease will come in to score. Meendering will stop it at second. And another RBI single here in this lineup Another run gets pushed across. It's 5-1 Brookings. Meandering will move to second. Schulte will stand at first as we pull it back to the top of the order, and Nolan Krogman will come up to bat again. I mentioned earlier he hit in the first and second. He skipped the third inning, and now he's going to hit in both the fourth and fifth. His team is a 5-1 advantage. It's the same score they won game one by here tonight. So that one's a good pitch, but just a bit high. Ball one. Runners parked at first and second. As Krogman and the base runners get the sign from Carter Roach, the coach, over in third base batter's box. The 1-0, Krogman bunts. That's an awesome bunt. It stays fair. And he's going to reach on an infield bunt. The catcher, Adams, was waiting for it to roll foul. It never did. And Brookings will have the bases loaded with Jude Meandering at third, Ben Schulte at second, and Nolan Krogman at first.
The shortstop, Baker Hansen.
That'll bring up the second place batter, Baker Hansen. He's the shortstop. The first pitch to him from Weber is going to be upstairs, ball one. Bases juiced once again. No outs here in the bottom of the fifth, where Brookings has pushed across 3 runs already. The ball gets past the catcher. That'll bring Meandering in from third. And it's 6-1 Brookings. And also moves both the runners up 90 feet. Schulte will be at third, Krogman at second. And Hansen at the plate with the 2-0 count. No outs here in the bottom of the fifth. The pitch outside, ball 3. That one's in there, strike 1. 3 balls, 1 strike. It's chopped over to the third baseman. Christensen picks it up after dropping it, and the first baseman, Moeller, can't catch it. So again, Brookings will have the bases loaded. Hansen reaches, and that brings up Jace Bauer. 6-1, post 74 leading over post 18.
Number 17, Jace Bauer.
And he'll face Weber here. The pitch. Chopped foul up the third base side. We'll rule that one an E5, so an error on the third baseman as that pitch in there for strike 2. Still no outs in the bottom of the fifth. Bases loaded again, an 0-2 count here to Jace Bauer. Pitch up high for ball 1. And they did just extend that severe thunderstorm watch over to include Sisseton, Millbank, Watertown. That is including Hamlin County and Dual County just to the north of Brookings. That one's going to hit him. And that'll bring another runner in. (7-1) Brookings as this one starts to get away from Palace City. Krogman over to third, Hansen to second. Bauer at first after that hit by pitch. They'll come out here. Not pulling the pitcher quite yet. Pardon me, they might be. And they will. So the new pitcher will be Jackson Hartman, who's at second base. Weber will come out after 1.1 innings pitched, giving up 5 runs, 4 of them earned, allowing 6 hits, striking out 1, walking none, hitting 1.
Now pitching for Palace City, number 32, Jackson Hartman.
So Hartman will come on to pitch. Jacob Ebert will move from short over to second as Weber will go back to short. And Hartman will come on to pitch. The third pitcher in this game for Palace City. Brookings has the 7-1 lead. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th. So Talon Hyde will come up to bat. The final Bandit that is needed to bat all the way through the order. The base is still loaded, no outs in the bottom of the 5th, and the 7-1 lead for Brookings. And that swung on and missed by Hyde. Swinging for the fences there. That is strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike. It's down on the plate for ball 1. Here's the 1-1 from Hartman. That misses down low for ball 2. Nolan Krogman at third, Baker Hansen at second, and Jace Bauer at first, the first 3 in the order. Hyde's here as cleanup. He hits it over to short. Weber sends it home. They get the force out at home. He applied the tag anyway. But it will be out number 1. As Hansen moves to third, Bauer to second, and Hyde on that fielder's choice will be in at first. So now Cooper Schneider will come back around. He's the one who started things off with a single and came around to score. 1 out in the inning. Runners still on each bag. The pitch from Hartman in there, strike 1. 5 runs scored, all here in the bottom of the 5th. Brookings leads it 7-1. So that's missed outside, ball 1. The lights kind of start to take effect here at Bob Shelden Field. That'll hit him in the back. So Hansen will come in to score. Bauer over to third, Hyde to second, and Schneider, for the second time this inning, will reach. So Jay Harris will come up to bat again. He reached on an error from the third baseman the first time and then came around to score earlier on in this inning. And it's 8-1 Brookings. And that's hit straight back to the pitcher. They throw it home to get the force out at home and over to first. So 1, 2, 3, double play. And that will end the inning but not before 6 runners come across for Brookings. We will be back here with the top of the 6th inning. As we move on, you are watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network.
Number 32, Jackson Hartman.
We welcome you back. We're in the top of the 6th. Brookings with the 8-1 lead after scoring 6 in the bottom of the 5th off of 5 hits. And 3 were left on base at the end of it, but Brookings with the big lead here, and immediately the new pitcher, Jackson Hartman, hitting it into the air and coming out to make the catch. Cooper Schneider, the second baseman. So that'll be quick out number 1 as Ethan Haig will come up to bat. So that first pitch gonna miss for ball 1. And again, a reminder, severe thunderstorm watch has been extended over to include Coddington, Dual, and Hamlin counties, just north of Brookings. So that's fouled off and backwards to the over the grandstand. 1 ball, 1 strike will be the count, and here's the pitch from Max Jensen. That's fouled out of play, deeper down the right field line for strike 2. Severe thunderstorm warning up north of Watertown, in between Aberdeen and Webster, as well as Mobridge up there is just getting hammered right now. So the weather moves across the state. It's going to be hit up in the air. First baseman Jace Bauer comes over to collect it for out number 2.
Batting with 2 outs, number 22, Caden Allen.
Of course, if you don't know what we're talking about, severe thunderstorm watch all the way from Gillette, Wyoming, down to Gordon and Valentine, Nebraska, stretching up towards Mobridge, McLaughlin, and Eureka, north central South Dakota, and all the way now to include Watertown, Millbank, Webster, Sisseton, all the way over to the Minnesota border up in the north central area. Currently, Brookings County not in one, Kingsbury County either. Something to watch as the night rolls on. The 0-1 turns to 1-1. So there's 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Pitch from Jensen, swung on and missed, strike 2. Caden Allen, the right fielder, steps out and then steps back in. And another swing and a miss. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. 3rd out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. And a 1-2-3 inning for the Brookings defense. We move to the bottom of the 6th. We step aside here for a small break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network.
Leading off the bottom.
Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, Brookings with the 8-1 lead. It's Jackson Hartman still on the mound, coming in relief, getting changed out. Ian Weber, the pitcher before him in the inning before this one. First pitch here to Noah Lees, ball 1, and that one's down low for ball 2. 6 runs were pushed across in the bottom of the 5th. So Brookings in good position here as we head to the last of the 6th. And that's up and away for ball 3. So right now a 7-run lead for Brookings. Entering into the final 2. That one's going to be ball 4. Lease will take the base and get things started in the 6th.
From left fielder number 2, Jude Mandering.
Jude Mandering, the left fielder, coming up. The runner on first, no outs. Here at Bob Shelden Field in Brookings. Glad you're with us here on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. That's down low, gets away from the catcher for just a second before he picks it up and throws it back to the pitcher, Hartman. One ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed by Meandering for strike 1. Just 3 more outs for the Brookings defense if they hold on to this lead. It'll be a 2-game sweep. That ball gets away from the catcher once again. That misses for ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike. Meandering standing in the right-handed batter's box. The pitch from Hartman misses low and away. Ball 3. Some score updates to pass along to you. 6-0 is the final. Rapid City Post 320 beating Sturgis. And that's a game that doesn't count in the standings anymore after Sturgis was excused from the standings. As ball 4 comes across the plate, Meandering will head over to first, Lease to second, and 2 straight walks to start off this bottom of the 6th. Other games to catch you up on, another final score, Yankton beats Spearfish 4-3. That's a final score in that one. So they split that doubleheader after Spearfish won 4-3 in game 1. And in the Battle of Sioux Falls, West beating East 7-0 in the top of the 7th. That one's lifted into the gap between right and center for Ben Schulte. He's going to push it all the way to second base. He's in there sliding head first for the RBI double. As Lease comes around and scores, that makes it 9-1 Brookings. Meandering advancing up to third, Schulte to second. And that brings it back up to the top of the order. And Trey Christofferson, pinch hitting. And getting into the game here for Nolan Krogman. Wearing number 1. Game still in action. Renner putting up a lot of runs on Watertown. That's Brookings' next opponent next Tuesday. They'll head up I-29 to take on the post-17 Arrows, but right now they're losing to the Renner Royals 14-1 in the top of the 5th inning. With all the severe weather up in the northern part of the state, I believe the Aberdeen post-24 and Groton post-39 game has probably been canceled. I would guess canceled because that one doesn't count towards the standings. Just kind of like the Volga Brookings game. It doesn't count, but kind of fun to play towns from around your areas. That one skips away from the catcher. The count is even up to 1-1. It looks like both those games got rained out. 9-1 Brookings with the lead in the top of the the bottom of the 6th, pardon me. No outs and runners on second and third. That's fouled away to the left. Strike 2. Of course, the Twins are in the top of the 9th. They are leading 3-1, still over the Cleveland Guardians in Major League Baseball. That's out for ball 2. So that evens it up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. That one misses, ball 3. So that moves it to a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runners on second and third, and a 9-1 lead in the bottom of the 6th. 1 run already pushed across in this inning. It's going to be scooped up by Weber. They'll throw it home, and the tag in time to get him out. Nice play. So that's out number 1. They get the lead runner. And it will be runners on the corners. Now as Schulte moves to the 3rd, Trey Christofferson getting in on the fielder's choice. Nolan Wagner will pinch hit now for Baker Hansen, wearing number 3. I believe 2 more runs and the game will be over. Brookings would be leading by 10 after 5 innings of play. The pitch, as the runner goes, it's up high, a double steal. They're going to try and get him at home, and they don't. He's safe. Schulte scoring on the double steal. Christofferson as well, making it over to second. That'll be the lone runner. Still 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. But another gets pushed across. It's 10-1 Brookings. So 1 more run to end it for Brookings. Pitch home, and that's going to hit him right on the arm. So Nolan Wagner will head to first. That will bring up Jace Bauer. Substitutions have run out for Brookings. So he stays in the game. 1 out, runners on first and second after the hit by pitch. That pitch in there, strike 1. Again, 1 more run will end it. It's Brookings leading by 9 right now. It's 10-1 in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch. In there, strike 2. So a couple of good pitches there from Jackson Hartman. The 3rd pitcher Palace City's used in this game. 4th pitcher today. It's going to miss down low for ball 1. One ball, 2 strikes, the count to Bauer. That misses for ball 2. Runners stay put. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed by Bauer. Strike 3. So that will be out number 2. Runners stay at first and second. Christofferson at second, Wagner at first. And Ryder Anderson will come up to bat. Pinch hitting for the DH Talon High. The 0-1 misses upstairs. Evens it up at 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch to Anderson. Lifted up in the air. Runners are going to go around. And that is going to be caught by the shortstop, Weber. So Brookings not able to end it via run rule, but 2 more runs come across, 1 hit, and 3 left on base. No errors in the inning, and we will move to the 7th. Brookings has the 10-1 lead after 6. We'll be back after this short break. You're watching Post 74 Baseball on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. Back here in the top of the 7th inning, 10-1. Brookings leading over Palace City as the first pitch to Ian Weber. Going to be across for ball 1. The second one will miss outside and away and get past the catcher for ball 2. Max Jensen above 90 pitches now, looking to go the complete game if he can. This pitching really saving up their arms for this weekend at the Gopher Classic, where they'll play guaranteed 4 games, with subsequent games still to be determined by that pool play at the Gopher Classic. That pitch in there for strike 1. Or nope, that's going to be a walk. So Ian Weber will walk. Brookings set to play Sartell, Minnesota, Anoka, Minnesota, Orono, Minnesota, and Teen Manitoba out of Canada at the Gopher Classic this weekend. Those games are guaranteed. Those are the pool play ones. Then if they win that group, they can move on to Sunday and Monday, potentially. That championship game being played Monday. First pitch going to be strike 1 to Jacob Ebert. No balls, 1 strike. Max Jensen now going to be throwing his 97th pitch. So evening outside, they try to throw him out at first, but first baseman Bauer off the bag. That pitch going to be ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Runner at first, slides head first back in. That's Ian Weber off the walk. One. That's fouled away. So it's going to be getting some of the younger players in. The 2-2 in there. Strike 3 looking. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. For out number 1. So Weber's still the runner over at first. They'll try to throw him out at first once again. Dawson Adams, the catcher, coming up to bat again. He's still in the game. The pitch. In there, strike 1. And it is final. Twins beat the Guardians 3-1. Give you a full rundown of our scoreboard after this one is over. That pitch misses for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and a runner on first. 10-1, Brookings leads it in the top of the 7th. 2 more runs, and this one's over. That gets in between third base and short, so that's a base hit for Dawson Adams. That moves Weber up to second. Was the pitcher, went the complete game in game number 1, where Brookings got the 5-1 win. So far today, Palace City being held to just 2 runs between the 2 games. Pitch, chopped over to third. Lees picks it up. Over to first, a nice pick by Bauer. Able to stop it from getting past him. The throw was a little short. That does advance the runners up, so Weber will be at third. Adams at second.
Batting with 2 outs, number 3, Carter McCormick.
But a nice play by Jace Bauer over at first to get the second out of the inning. So now they'll throw it to Carter McCormick, who will hit it towards Wagner at short. The throw to first in time, and that will be the ball game. 10-1, Brookings wins it here, and they sweep the doubleheader against Palace City here on a Tuesday night.
Your final score, game 2.
So they get the win 5-1 and then 10-1 in game number 2. We'll get you the final numbers coming up here. Palace City 1 run off of 4 hits and 5 errors. Brookings, meanwhile, 10 runs off of 8 hits and no errors. The winning pitcher today going to be Max Jensen in game number 2, going the complete 9 innings. We'll get you his line here, or pardon, not 9, 7 innings. 4 hits given up, 1 run allowed. That 1 run was earned. 1 walk and 6 strikeouts. Jensen hit 2 batsmen. He threw 105 pitches, 64 of them were strikes, and he faced 28 batters. The losing pitcher on the other end of things will end up being Carter McCormick. He left after 2 2/3 of an inning. He gave up 1 hit, 2 runs, both of them earned, and 5 walks, and struck out 5. Then Ian Weber came on and did 1.1 innings of work, gave up 6 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned. Did not walk anybody, but struck out 1, and then to finish it out, Jackson Hartman came on for 2 innings. He gave up 1 hit, 2 runs, both of them earned, walked 2, and struck out 1. So that is going to be the final score for game number 1. Brookings got the 5-1 win. 6 hits, no errors, and Palace City had 6 hits as well, 2 errors in that one. Want to say thank you to Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy. They have your back this season. You can team up with their expertise for all of your chiropractic, physical therapy, and massage needs for your back and neck pain, headaches, sports injuries, DOT physicals, and acupuncture. Doctors John Schneider, Stephen Kleitz, and Trevor Penning have your care covered. Brenda Booth supports your PT journey, while Selena Barraza and Amanda Hamburger offer massage. They're located on 22nd Avenue. You can call 696-7222. Thank you to Brookings Chiropractic Center and Physical Therapy. Let's take one more look at the scoreboard from around Class A Senior Legion here tonight. A couple of doubleheaders, and we'll start off in Renner, where Watertown and Renner split the doubleheader. The Arrows got the win in Game 1, 3-1 over the Royals, and then in Game 2, the Royals blow out the Arrows 14-1. That will be Brookings' next opponent in league play as they head up to Watertown next Tuesday. Also a doubleheader happening in Yankton as Spearfish gets the win in game number 1, 4-3, and then Post 12 coming back in game 2 and getting that 4-3 win against Post 64. There was supposed to be a one-off game in Groton tonight between Aberdeen Post 24 and Post 39 of Groton, but with the weather up in that area, that one was canceled. We imagine, at least, that it was canceled because I don't see how they could play that game, and plus that game doesn't count to any standings, so you would imagine they would just kind of forego that one like Brookings did with Volga last week. And then another one off, the Battle of Sioux Falls, if you will. Post 15 West getting the 7-0 win over Post 15 East at Harmondon Park. And out in Sturgis, Rapid City Post 30 playing Sturgis 6-0. That one doesn't count in the standings, as Sturgis was excused a few weeks ago from counting in those standings. But a win for Rapid City Post 320 nonetheless. Once again, the final score in our two games here, 5-1. Brookings gets the win in game number 1, and 10-1. Brookings gets the win in game number 2. We will go ahead and let you go off of that. Our next broadcast will be next Wednesday, as the Brookings Bandits will host Senior Recognition Night against Marshall, Minnesota. That's going to be a 6 p.m. first pitch, and we will have that on the air for you here on the Brookings Radio Sports Network. But once again, the finals, 5-1 in Game 1, 10-1 in Game 2. Brookings sweeps the doubleheader against Palace City here tonight. From all of us here at the Brookings Radio Sports Network and Brookings Radio in general, want to thank you for listening. Have a great rest of your night on the Brookings Radio Sports Network.